starts again. Welcome to the bone zone. Come play the necromantic way. Welcome to the bone zone. Get killed for free, resurrect today. Sign your corpse at the sound of the tone. Catherine welcomes you to the bone zone. Spin the wheel of how did I die? Was it poison blades or a ghoul nearby? When fabulous prizes, a ribcage hat, a femur flute, a dancing undead. Don't you love the spooky thrill? You can volunteer or I can kill. Either way, it's all the same. You'll rise again, improved by pain. Don't fear the dark, don't fear your doom. I'll tuck you snug in your tomb, then snap your back. New bone, new tone, ready to serve in my cobblestone throne. Welcome to the bone zone, where dying's just the entry fee. The bone zone, where skeletons dance professionally. Just sign your spine on the mercy loan. Kathleen welcomes you to the bone zone. Oh darling, come closer. Yes, there. See this scythe? It's purely for flair. Necromancers don't kill, we pre-adjust. A bit of death, a bit of trust. You'll be fine. Probably, maybe. Okay. No, but it's reversible. Probably. Rise, rise, join my undead prize. March, 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 till your joints go starch. Serve, serve in eternal bone reserve. When calls, obey the tone. Come on down to the bone zone. Welcome to the bone zone. You'll laugh, you'll scream, you'll moan. Welcome to the bone zone. Your corpse has never felt this at home. Once you're dead, you'll never be alone. Kathleen claims you in the bone zone. One little death and you're good as new. If you survive, take home a skull or two. Thanks for visiting, scream again soon. The bone zone's open under every moon. Spend my life in the shadows, dark and cold. Questioning, screaming, no answers told. Why do people break what they don't own? Why do they make hearts turn to stone? Then I found them, my strays, my kin, blood not shared but bound within. Come for the strays and feel the fire. Open up hell and feel my ire. Scorch the earth, burn the sky. You'll unleash the demon inside. Found my pride in the chaos and ash. A home in the ruins of the aftermath. We roar, we fight, we love, we
Alright everybody, how's it going? Good morning, it's your boy Nightowl. We got some stuff to get into today, a little backlog from the past couple days. I've unfortunately missed Mondays and Tuesdays streams. I had some stuff to do. But we're in the clear for the rest of the week. So hopefully no more missed streams. Today's gonna be a long one to make up for the last two. Oh man, I really kind of want to watch Benny Johnson, what he's going on with this rape gang report. But every time I watch Benny Johnson, my streams get fucking copyright struck. Let's peep in on him, see what he's saying.
And we took to the streets and we weren't allowing them to silence us. So we come under fierce attack. But I don't think anyone can quite comprehend the lengths the state went to end me. To finish me, to destroy me for talking about this. For example, so we start a movement.
This is that Tommy Robinson guy, isn't it?
I'm due to talk about grooming in Rotherham. You'd have seen the Rotherham mentioned in these reports. Rotherham's where 1,400 children were raped. It's in Yorkshire. Rotherham's in the borough of Yorkshire. And I'm due to go there and speak, and the police arrest me. I'm arrested at Luton Airport by Special Branch, and they arrest me for a criminal damage. So I'm held for criminal damage thinking, what is that about? Yeah. And I stayed in a hotel room and in Yorkshire the day after our last event. And they said that there was £30, so $40 worth of damage on a hotel room door. And then they at the same time, they raided my family's home and my parents' home. Armed police raided both homes. They ransacked the homes, they took all the phones, took all the computers. When they bailed me and my bail conditions, not to send an email, not to use social media, not to be in a group of 3 or more men. These were my bail conditions, yeah? Not being a group of 3 or 4 men. My bail date was the same date that I was due to speak in Yorkshire about the grooming gangs. Now, so Yorkshire police travelled 4 hours for this raid. Now, I put in a complaint.
Man, the UK is just a fucking police state now. It's just straight up fascism at this point.
To prevent me highlighting problems that are going on in your areas with problems that you've allowed to happen, they accepted it all. So after 6 months, once the demonstration date had passed, once it held me and prevented me from my activism for 6 months, they just said, yeah, there was no criminal damage. So they fabricated charges going back to 2009, and then they made me the next Hitler to the world. Yeah, that's what they made me. They literally, the media, I was attacked as a racist, far right extremist. Every single media outlet attacked me. Now, when you read this, you can understand why. Because and when I talk about this, the level of cover up, and when you follow the people, on my next documentary, I've done a 5-part series so far called The Rape of Britain. If you haven't watched them, Benny, watch them. We go after the gangs. We do police-style investigations into how the men operated, who operated. We put trackers.
Maybe I'll look into that 5-part series. It seems really interesting.
Their businesses, and we tell the stories of the survivors. And you hear, say in episode 1, Nicole. She tells the story. And I was making these documentaries at a time when I was invisible, when I was deplatformed from every social media in the world.
All right, let's get into, Water Intellectual streaming too. Hell yeah. Let's watch a Hive Mind video.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know what's really interesting about the left? They were in such a privileged, such an incredibly powerful position. And I think the best way we could describe the last 10 years in terms of political strategy, political culture, is that basically it's been a decade of bridge burning. Like I said in a previous video, they had everything. They controlled every cultural institution. And step by step, they have just managed to ruin every single relationship. They've been essentially on a torment streak, basically ruining everything that they touch, just being absolute insufferable pricks. And I think nowhere is that more accurately said or more true than in the media world. You know, they've managed to to ruin pretty much every form of media by trying to turn them into vehicles for politics. Doesn't matter what it is, movies, television, news, and I'd say especially comedy, if there's an audience, they've come in and attempted to inject their most extreme ideology into it, whether it fits or not, and the result is media that feels less like entertainment and more like a lecture that you didn't exactly ask for, with of course comedy probably taking the worst damage here. What used to be a space for sharp observations and uncomfortable truths, something the left used to actually adamantly defend, has been turned into something completely different, has essentially been hijacked for far left political purposes. Every single joke has to align with left-wing political views, and if they don't, well, we've seen the response, right? It's massive moral outrage and public shaming. But now, building on my thesis point from the Rainn Wilson video I recorded just yesterday, it may be a slow drip, but it's still happening. The left-wing grip on culture, and especially on the Hollywood cult, well, it's slowly loosening, and I got another clip here, this time from Dave Chappelle, that I think will help me make that point. Let me show you guys exactly what he said. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so once again, the left-wing hive mind all over social media is losing their damn marbles. You know, clearly these people are under the illusion that they still have the cultural power that they used to have. They continue to knock on Dave Chappelle's door, attempting to shame him into a corner, expecting the type of results that they used to get, you know, full-blown capitulation. But these days, the left just gets a massive freaking middle finger right in the face.
But what about people who feel like you're punching?
The thing is it's never been fucking successful. Not ever. Like, the whole idea that, like, their grip on Hollywood and entertainment and media has been, like, ironclad this whole time is just kind of ridiculous. The numbers have never lied. Every, like, super propagandized left-wing fucking garbage piece of shit media that's come out, every franchise that they've ruined, every video game, every movie, every show, it's all failed, it's all flopped, it's all fucking ran for like maybe 1 or 2 seasons and then just got canceled hard because it wasn't making money. It wasn't a good return investment. And it's been like that for like 20 fucking years.
Down. You are not a trans person. There are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of the group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
Okay, this is a conversation that I'm, you know.
You're bored by, you're sick of.
Nah, yeah, I'm not sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but that's a tough one for me because so much of that was a media phenomenon. Mm-hmm. What was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree. There's so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, you know, not everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show. If they bought tickets ever, maybe I'd listen. I don't know. They're just never there.
Do you feel like your jokes are misrepresented?
I do. They almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show. I could go on and on about this, but I got to be
interesting.
careful.
So in a way, like you're saying, look, I'm a comedian. Everybody knows that I'm a comedian. So if you don't like my humor, don't buy a ticket.
Reading a joke is a lot different than sitting in a room and hearing it. And part of the sitting in the room part of one of the reasons comedy works is because everyone that bought a ticket, clearly they want it to work. They want to have a good time. They want to have fun. Mm-hmm. But if you're a person that
Yeah, I'm glad people get away from it too. I'm glad it was never super hardcore like they want it to be. The thing is if it was the way that they say it is, if it was so ironclad, if it was so like successful for a long ass time, we would have a harder chance. We would have a harder time with the fucking culture war. It wouldn't be this easy, and that's the thing. It's easy. They make shit. And the good stuff prevails, right? Like the propaganda sucks and the not propaganda excels. Like that's all there is to it. Yeah, I'm glad for everybody who's gotten away from that shit. Like, you know, it's poison. It ruins children. It ruins the people that work for them. You end up having to do shitty things in order to get your jobs, and like it's not a good environment for people to be in. The faster we dismantle the whole Hollywood fucking gang up there, the better.
Is very angry or passionate about something, and you're afraid that you're going to be misrepresented or misconstrued, and you feel like you have to police comedy to get your point across. You should assess your point.
You know, I really love the line that he said there. It makes total sense. If you feel like you have to police comedy in order to push your point across, then maybe you should take a hard look at your point. And also, I would add to that, I would say, you know, if people truly agreed with all of these insane left-wing policies and ideas, if they were as ubiquitous and so clearly grounded in reality as the left might suggest, well, then I don't think, let's call it all the left-wing abnormality, would be the butt of every freaking joke, now would it? I mean, just think about comedy over the last however many years. What's the funniest content? The mainstream trash that we've been subjected to on a nightly basis and all the late night talk shows? Ooh, evil orange man, bad. Ooh, Donald Trump. No, it's a bunch of low-hanging fruit, low-effort trash. Is that what's truly funny, or is it pushing the boundaries and challenging the woke status quo? I think the answer is pretty clear. And that very obviously is what's wrong with so much of the comedy right now. You know, leftoids treat every single joke like it's some kind of political statement that needs to be aggressively fact-checked for problematic wrongthink. Oh, you didn't toe the line. But towing the politically correct line is not funny. It's never funny. What's funny is shock humor. What's funny is getting into the controversial stuff and challenging the absolute insanity that exists in the public discourse. You know, perfect example is that South Park episode that tackled men competing in female sports.
I can't tell you how free I feel now that I've started identifying as a woman.
Yeah, that was an actual funny segment because it went there, you know? They said the stuff that everybody was thinking, but
Yeah,
people
that's
were
funny.
too scared to get across, and that is the purpose of comedy. But what the left has done is made comedy all about boring material like, ooh, my vagina, ooh, Donald Trump, evil orange man, and avoid actually talking about anything real. Let's just call it the era of feminist left-wing ideology, totally corrupting grassroots comedy. The whole process has frankly been freaking disturbing. Comedy has always been the one strongest counterculture force in any society when it comes to ideas, when it comes to challenging the status quo again. It's the perfect platform for regular people to mock power, to point out the obvious bullshit, to poke fun and laugh at ideas that are supposedly untouchable. Very simply put, a good joke doesn't need a permission slip. It doesn't need a bunch of footnotes and sources. Ooh, do you have a fact-check permit to make that joke? No, it just lands. It's either funny or it's funny because it's true. It makes you go, yeah, that is really friggin' stupid. Yeah, you know what? That is true. I didn't think of it that way. And suddenly, the crazy idea doesn't look so serious anymore. You know, what is being presented as real serial stuff like, oh, men should be playing in female sports, that's a real serious policy issue. Just cut through the freaking bullshit.
The only way that the only reason that they attack comedy in such a vitriolic way is because it's all a joke. The leftist ideology is a fucking joke. Everything that they push is a joke. That's why it's the comedy writes itself.
By putting a 300-pound muscular man bulldozing female athletes in a stupid cartoon, and obviously everyone starts to get it, right? And that, of course, is why comedy is so effective at challenging the nonsense. When you're engaging in these straight-edge arguments, sometimes you can get tied up in the jargon, in the nuance, in the academic debates of it all. But sharp, comedic observation with a punchline, it cuts through all of that stuff, and it rewires people's brains. All of a sudden, something that's being presented as serious, now people realize, well, is kind of laughable. Comedy exposes the hypocrisy and absurdity faster than anything else, especially because it doesn't play by the rules of polite debate. And the fact that the left has been trying to stifle that, well, it tells you all that you need to know. Basically, what they're engaging here is what people call cultural Marxism. It's right out of the Marxist playbook. The revolution is not just about unionizing factories and weaponizing class. No, they also shift the battlefield to culture itself. It's a holistic strategy to capture every institution, every element element of power to shape how people think, whether it's schools, universities, Hollywood, newsrooms, and yes, comedy clubs. Now you're starting to see the bigger picture, right? You're starting to see it everywhere.
It's that Bolshevik communist shit.
They've taken over schools, they've taken over Hollywood, they've taken over the studios, even the streaming platforms, the universities, certainly the newsrooms, and like I said, of course, comedy clubs as well. You can see it. Their goal is obvious: to slowly redefine what is acceptable to say and what isn't, what is wrong think and what is acceptable think. When I say that we are on a slow path towards communism, when I'm pointing the finger at the left and saying these people are communists, it's not just some dumb remark, it's grounded in the actual theory. It's all part of the playbook. It's the natural outcome of critical theory types who decided that Western culture itself was the enemy and needed to be deconstructed. Change the culture, change the people. And that, my friends, is exactly why they go so hard at comedy, because they know that jokes, that humor, that free speech is the most dangerous thing. It's the biggest threat to their little cultural Marxist pet project. A comedian who could stand on that stage with incredible influence and say what everybody is already noticing, tackle the most taboo of subjects, whether it's crime patterns, race and gender nonsense, the double standards, whatever it is, one comedian standing on a stage in front of that mic can destroy months, if not years, of careful narrative building. And you know what? They were so close to getting everybody in line. But now you can tell the celebrities are starting to realize that they've been pawns in this whole ordeal, and they're jumping ship. People are realizing that the whole thing is authoritarian at its core. And really, I'd say that's the
I don't think it's a sudden realization. I think they're just trying to save themselves. The thing is that they've all been in on it. They've all been willingly doing it because they all sell their souls to this system for the positions that they fucking have. This goes a lot deeper than a lot of people fucking think. I'm not gonna get into the whole Pizzagate conspiracy thing right here and now, but all these people are horrible fucking people. Probably even Dave Chappelle, to be totally fucking honest. If you're in this fucking circle of people, if you're in this organization called a Hollywood or the entertainment industry, you're more likely than not one of these fucking people, I hate to just lump all these people in, because, there are good people in there. I doubt Mel Gibson is one of these people, because he's been calling these people out since, the early 2000s. That's why the media has been trying to paint the man as, some psychotic fucking weirdo, is because he knows and he talks about the shit.
We have freedom of speech, freedom of access to information, but in order for the grassroots social Marxist left to achieve what they're looking for, they need full-blown control of every institution of power, which I don't think they'll ever be able to achieve. There's always going to be leaks in the system and eventually full-blown failure. And right now, I think we're really past the point of leaks. I think the system is failing. It appears as though the Red Revolution is failing. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
A little preview of the shenanigans that are to come. Alright, let's see what's going on.
Just watch this, 'cause this is
Oh, Slime Girl Leaf. Hell yeah.
This story is insane. Did you guys hear about this? There was apparently another terrorist attack that was prevented. And,
Let's get out my homegirl's way.
This was really bad, actually.
Nation attempt on President Trump's life. How many do we have now? A baker's dozen. I guess you get a discount.
This one was crazy. They had a whole plot that it was like an intricate plot, and then it involved setting up a kill corridor and just shooting everybody, and then I believe the person's mom ratted them out. Actually,
after 12, President Trump has been shot in the head. He's had deer stands disassembled right where he exits his plane. I mean, we forget about these kind of things, right? The guy who stormed Mar-a-Lago with the shotgun, it's like a one-day news cycle, and then it disappears. A man just stormed with a firearm President Trump's speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. F-16 jets scrambled to deploy.
Yo, Tazo, is this also a conspiracy theory?
Flares as a plane buzzed Palm Beach Airport, where President Trump was supposed to get on his flight. I mean, you lose count of these kind of things. Trump motorcade rerouted after a suspicious device discovered by Secret Service near Florida Airport. They found something that could have been an explosive lane in the road that Trump was to travel.
Jeez.
Again, we completely forget about all of this, and that President Trump had to move the inauguration indoors because of drone threats. And that's what we're facing here at the White House. There was obviously a massive outdoor octagon. And
I wonder why they keep
there
trying to
was
kill
a
this man so
massive
much.
plot that was disrupted
It's likely
to
All
have
right.
hundreds of explosive drones swarm. The Claw is what it called. What
Posito says this is a likely psyop.
it's called that sat over the octagon at the White House, and you can see here, of course, it's all outdoors. I was there.
We all
It was
been
very-
expecting another attack soon because his numbers need it. You're so silly, Tazito. You're funny.
Very exposed, I guess you could just say. There's virtually nothing. There's virtually nothing that would have prevented some type of attack because you're completely outdoors. The entire Trump family was there. Many major dignitaries. The Pope's brother, was there. Many famous rappers, tech moguls, billionaires. Here's Mark Zuckerberg with President Trump
Sams.
having
Thank you for
a
the
grand old
100.
time. Look at that.
One of the guys is from Pine Hills. It's
Zuckerberg, huh? That's fucking weird considering the fact that he pretty much sold his soul to the tech companies and was actively censoring the guy like fucking 8 years ago. That's wild. That's crazy. I can't believe that Mark Zuckerberg would be sitting there with President Trump, buddy, partying it up after all that shit. I wonder what's going on.
30 minutes away from me. I probably went to the same gun range as him. Holy shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is bad. Let's go ahead and check in on Kash Patel was there. I actually said hello to Kash Patel while he was there. He was seated not too far from me, and he didn't mention this, but here we go. On June 10th, the FBI and our law enforcement partners became aware of a potential threat to the UFC America 250 event in Washington D.C. Individuals outside of the capital region, thanks to the rapid response to the FBI and our partners, we have them in custody. They were stopped cold. The result represented the best of investigative work. It's also noting that ordinary law enforcement team, we were built to detect, respond, and bring justice. So what was going on here? There was a...
I don't believe this Kash Patel retard too much, man, to be totally honest. He has underperformed and underdelivered. Same with Bongino. I think Bongino's a fucking quack.
We hate him. Someone tries it. No, it was fake.
Team based out of California of terrorists that were going to use explosive-laden drones to hit the buildings near the event, force a mass evacuation, steer the crowd towards a pre-staged sniper team, officials said. A second wave was then allegedly planned to storm the White House gate, according to officials.
Thank you, Skylar. Thank you for the sub.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but apparently, like, the guy's mom, like, one of their moms ratted them out because they had some suspicious activity. The mom looked into it, found out that they were doing this, and then reported it, apparently.
It could have been very...
Damn, mama fucked him up.
Really bad. Let's go.
This alleged plot targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. Officials telling Fox a network of nearly 24 potential...
Yeah, if this is true, I already said this before, but if this is true, they should execute all of them. Like, actually. Like, all of the people that were involved in this plot should be executed, except the one guy who his mom ratted down on him. Then he should get life. Everybody else. That way you encourage the parents to rat their kids out.
100% true, man. But I disagree. I think everybody should be executed. That's 100% like just an ingrained terror cell that was plotting a terrorist attack. Every single one of them should go down. Like, I'm sorry, sucks to be that dude's mom, but I mean, Ted Bundy had a mom too. Ed Gein had a mom. Ted Kaczynski had a mom. They all have mom. Everybody has a mom. It sucks, but people do terrible things, and they need to be punished for it.
Plotters were identified with at least 5 people in custody right now. The suspects allegedly traveled to Fredericksburg, Virginia to make final preparations for the attack and the alleged plan.
No, execute them too. No, they're cocky. So it's about incentive, right? So when I think about things like this, I think about incentive. If you do that and you execute everybody, then you de-incentivize parents from ratting out their kids. But if you do like a life in prison or like a lower sentence for the person that gets ratted out, then you encourage all parents to rat out on their kids if they think that they're doing like a negative activity, which then it encourages parents to it encourages like less people dying, because the parents have a vested interest in their children not being executed. So then they'll try to rat them out for a lesser sentence. So, and it actually becomes a competition with all of these parents to rat out their kids faster than the other parents rat out their kids. So it's actually it's actually the best way to prevent this. If your idea is results, that's the best way.
Allegedly included explosive packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation, and then steering crowds, get this, toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI.
I mean, I was at the White House. I was there. I mean,
but let me tell you something. You want to know what's going to actually happen? Nothing. Nothing ever happens.
Who the fuck is Leafit?
Nothing ever happens, man.
the place was locked
telling you.
down.
Thanks for the follow.
But
Thank
so
you.
much of this is open air, and there was a UFC Freedom Festival across the street that had tens of thousands of people that were completely exposed. I mean, you can see obviously here the setup is.
I don't trust anything the FBI says. Hold on, wait. So hold on, Todd. So I have a question. Do you think any of the assassination attempts were real? Like, you know, when Trump got shot and he got clipped on the ear, and then like the dude in the crowd died. Like, do you think that's not real? It can be
Who the
faked and
fuck
cause
is
someone to
Leafit?
die at the same time, makes it more believable. So hold on. So what do you think, he had like a bomb on his ear or something? Like, you think he had a bomb on his ear, and then like they just had a bomb blow up on his ear or something? Like, what's the angle here? You know, like remember he has connections to WWE? Cut his ear with a razor, and they use blood prop packs. Oh, as in like they cut his ear. They cut his ear with a razor, like when he grabbed his ear.
Well,
And then they just killed someone random in the crowd just for no reason. Just to like make everybody mad, basically.
there is no cover.
Damn, bro. I know Leaf just keeps
And
trying with this guy,
there,
but this
Secretary of
Tazato
State,
dude's kind of
the Vice
fucking
President was
retarded.
there. The entire administration was gathered outdoors, where you could really have disrupted people. You could really have killed, like mass slaughtered lots of people. Check this out. Here's from the actual filing. You can see the weaponry. You can see the.
Do we kill Charlie Kirk too? You think, Tazato? You think that the conservatives killed Charlie Kirk just because?
Oh yeah, the
Neil
Charlie
Young was all
Kirk thing
covered
was
up
so
and For
fake.
some reason, decided to stand up tall and proud and unafraid after. Likely Israel, because he went against them. You know.
Tazato might be right on that one.
Fair enough.
Text messages. You can see the data. Let's go ahead and read here from Bill Malhusian. Details from the federal arrest affidavit that reveal a California man, Michael Allen Thomas, one of the alleged organizers.
Tazato, Candace Owens stan.
Read here from Bill Malhusian. Details from the federal arrest affidavit that reveal a California man, Michael Allen Thomas, one of the alleged organizers, UFC White House terror plot. Feds say he admitted he believed the U.S. government is run by elites who sacrifice.
There is a leftist conspiracy. Charlie was killed by exploding a lapel microphone. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. But it's not like that hasn't been done before. Like, I'm just saying, like, that hasn't been done. That has been done before, you know? So, like, I don't know.
Children had involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and are protected by Trump. Oh, there you go. Is indistinguishable now if you're dealing with somebody from a Hassan Piker Twitch chat or Thomas Massey. That's how disgusting these people have become.
Like, there's a lot. Okay, listen, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the Charlie Kirk thing. There's a lot of really weird things that happen. Like them repaving the whole like area, like right after it happened, like the next day. That's kind of weird. Like, why would you do that? Like, I don't know. Like,
and also how subservient they are to narratives.
They did the same thing in Vegas, dude. Vegas was weird too. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of weird.
Yeah,
things
the
there.
Vegas concert shooting was so fucking weird, man. If you ever look into that shit, like, it'll change your perspective on a lot of this stuff. That's why I don't believe a lot of the stuff that the government says or like really the news says at this point, because if you just look into like some of this stuff on your own, you'll be surprised how different the perspective becomes. It's crazy. Like, they painted it like it was just some rogue shooter who decided to, like, you know, go after all these fish in a barrel. I think it was like a Luke Bryan concert or some shit like that. I forget, but Either way, it was a country concert in Vegas, and they tried to paint it like some rogue sniper was just like shooting people for no reason at this concert in Vegas. But it was like, in reality, it was like some rogue FBI agent that was doing like an arms deal with like some fucking terrorist cell or some shit like that. It's fucking wacky.
Vegas was really sketchy.
That have
man. Holy
no
fuck.
founding in reality. There are a lot of people who are implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein documents. There's not one scintilla, not one thread, not one single data point.
You can't reschedule a concrete job. It's expensive. Hold on. So you're telling me that there's like a crime that happens, and there's like this serious crime that happens. A person gets assassinated in the spot, and they're like, well, but we can't stop the concrete from flowing. I mean,
I guarantee you, I guarantee you, somewhere under that concrete slab, the actual round or the actual device that took out Charlie Kirk is somewhere in the ground under that concrete slab. And the only way to know for sure is to dredge out the entire fucking area and try to see what's in there. You know, there's a reason that they covered that area with the concrete slab. And we'll probably never know because they really, really, really want to cover up the truth of the fucking matter.
That shows that President Trump did any.
And we know they're capable of it. Look at the JFK shooting, man. They covered that shit up for fucking 70 fucking years, dude. Maybe that number's a little off, but they literally, the whole thing was botched too. Botched and fucked up and just like a shit show. And they managed to cover it all up. Crazy.
Now, there are a lot of people who are implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein documents. There's not one scintilla, not one thread, not one single data point that shows that President Trump did anything other than rat out Jeffrey Epstein to the authorities, rat out his operation to the Palm Beach police, never engaged in anything untoward or illegal with Jeffrey Epstein, kicked him out of his club. I mean, the evidence is all there. They have weaponized and turned this into an op. This is when Trump says it's hoax. This is what he's talking about. And now this is like the second person, the guy who stormed Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and a can of gasoline, second person who's like, Donald Trump eats children. Donald Trump's got like 50 grandkids, okay? Donald Trump is a man who protects children and did everything that he could to make sure that Jeffrey Epstein met his end in prison. Investigators took screenshots of his signal chats in which the details of the plot were discussed. Maps of the UFC event were drawn. Feds recovered rifles and ammo, and they're in custody, American citizens. There's no foreign nexus believed at this time. Correction, phone and weapon and photos are from a separate defendant, 19-year-old man, Ohio man.
Wait, your MAGA sycophant father stopped by for the first time in a few years with TDS? I worry I'll have to put him into a home in the next 20 years. That's fucking sad, bro. That's like a fucked up thing to say about your dad, Dazito. You shouldn't say that about your dad.
They spent $3,000 of his graduation money to purchase lots of ammunition, guns, extra magazines for the attack. He quit his job to meet up with people to conduct missions and recon. They were going to then use these firearms in order to mow down people after there was a stampede. And it wasn't just the claw at the White House. Of course, across the street, there were tens of thousands of people that were gathered for UFC Fan Fest that weren't in the actual Octagon event. Perhaps that would have been the attack vector. Man, feds say that his mother made the initial call to the police when she became concerned about the activities, and the wider plot was uncovered. Were you briefed on the terror attack, President Trump? No, the only attack I watched were the fighters.
It's just another day that ends with Y for him. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit. He's like, what's new? I wake up to another fucking alert.
President Trump taking it in stride, as he does.
Some say it was the worst terror attack ever planned.
I mean, the dude.
Jesus.
They tried to kill this dude so many times. He's probably just like, oh, it's another day, I guess. You know, like.
Yeah, this would have been really bad. Technology is evolving on weeks, monthly cycles now, weekly, monthly cycles. It's very difficult to defeat. Goodness. And they did it without FISA. There you go. Stopped cold. 23-person drone and sniper plot to massacre people at UFC 5 in custody. Goodness. They did say that this was a no drone zone. This is from before the event. Attention residents and visitors, DC is a no drone zone. If you're heading to the National Mall today, leave your drone at home and report unauthorized activity. That's right. President Trump talking about the drone-proof roof now at the White House they have to build. They mapped out events. Very, very scary stuff. J.D. Vance responding to this on Fox News this morning, saying 23 people do not get to the point where they're going to go commit terror without some serious funding and some serious coordination.
Yeah, that's
and Vance
that's
is
what
discussing
I mean.
how the left is increasingly
But see, what are they gonna do about it? Are they actually gonna try to find these people? Because it really feels like nothing ever happens with this sort of
resorting
stuff.
to violence, and this could have been really bad. So thank God for law enforcement and those who protected us at this event. If there was a place to strike or to commit terror, this would have been it. And I'm very thankful, not just because I was able, but like, I'm very thankful this is how it would have been horrific for our nation. Please be vigilant out there and pray for peace and security. The left isn't going to lose power without being violent. They do this in every single country where we take power away from them. It's exactly why we must take their power away. This style of behavior, do you think it's going to get better when they're in power? No way. It's going to get far worse. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep fighting. Keep praying. It's your boy, Benny.
Man.
We're going to win.
What a
Patriots
crazy
in control.
thought.
See.
Drones are really scary, man. Because, like, how do you even stop that, you know? Like, what do you do about
Drones are terrifying, man. Like, if you ever go into like some of the dark corners of the internet and watch some of the like drone attack footage from like war zones and stuff, it's scary. You can't really do anything about it, man. It's just like, what are you gonna do? Is fucking skeet shoot a drone flying at you at like 50 miles an hour? No, you're fucking not. Like, it's just nothing you could do for it, man. Once the drones start swarming, you're fucked. What's up, Amtrue? How's it going? Noise, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not covering the whole Benny Johnson stream. I'm just watching like what Leaflet was saying about it. But it's still like it's pretty insane shit, man. Like they they plotted out this whole like 3-stage attack with drones and then like a kill corridor and like a staged gate storming just to push people in a certain direction. It's kind of freakish, man, if you think about it. Like, really fucking freaky.
about that? There was like this movie. I forget what it was like some movie I saw where they had like swarm drones, like little tiny little bug swarm drones. Like, can you imagine what they had? Yeah, EMPs, I guess. Yeah, that's true. EMPs might be the only thing, right? Directional vibration, anti-drone drones, signal jammers. Yeah. That is so freaking nutty. Oh, there's like a little bit more here, apparently.
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. Joining us now on the phone, former FBI Deputy Director...
Bust out the discombobulator on them. Discombobulate the drones.
What else can you tell us? This is quite a frightening and sobering discovery.
Well, notice the
Thanks, Sonic.
warfare language amongst the plotters there that appears in this early stage to
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged sniper
it's
team.
repeating.
A second
Yeah, that's crazy.
速報です。またしても絶対に起こらないと言われていた出来事
Psyop
が起きまし
anime.
た。
Happen has become reality.
ホワイトハウスで開催される USC イベントを標的としたテラ計画が阻止されました。
The Trump looks so cool.
第1段階では小型ドローンを使って改良機関の周辺鉄門を攻撃する。
Fuck.
それによって混乱が発生し大規模な避難を。そしてそれが第1段階へとつながる。狙撃手は戦略的な要点に配置され、最初の攻撃から逃れる者はここで始末し、高価値の標的も同様に対応する。続いて門を強襲する。
本当にここまでやるのか。
他に選択肢があるのか。
いや、仕事に就くって手もあるだろう。
Yeah, it's like what Nux says, what Psyop says. We are the media now. We are the news. It is what it is. These people made their beds, now they lay in it.
Oh man. Oh, not that. Anything but that.
この計画には重度の精神疾病を抱えた無職の集団が関与していたとされ、FBI によって未然に阻止されました。続報が入り次第お伝えします。
Oh man.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, I'm certainly confident to now call this a trend, and really it's a trend that I've associated with a lot of left-wing movements these days, and left-wing characters as well. We said this about Kamala Harris during her disastrous run in 2024. We said it about Ilhan Omar and really everything that surrounds that frickin' train.
The mainstream media has been dead to me ever since people started exposing like how scripted it all is. You ever see those montages of just like every news station on the planet repeating the same line verbatim over and over again? Like, the moment I saw that shit, I was just like, nah. Nah, I can't. I can't. That's like... It's propaganda. That's just like repeating freaking every channel propaganda. That's crazy. Hey Penny, how you doing? Let's see. Did I ever see the Gerard Butler movie where they stormed the White House? And isn't that like Olympus Has Fallen or some shit like that? That was actually like an okay action movie. It was always one of those like kind of B- movies that I was just like, eh. Like, it's cool, it's like action slop, but I don't think I ever watched it. I think I've caught like bits and pieces of it on TV, but like never actually sat down and watched it.
And now I think it's true for the Carmelo case as well.
That's good, Penny, that's good. I saw your post that you fell like a week or so ago. I've been worried about you. I'm glad you're doing all right.
Worse day by day. The more we are exposed, the more we learn, the worse it gets. Holy friggin' moly, in this one, I gotta tell you, it took me by surprise. It appears as though Carmelo Anthony's spokesperson, Mr. Dominique Alexander, his best friend and greatest defender, well, just took to a podcast and completely threw Carmelo Anthony under the
Man, I wish I could, like, turn off my tracking momentarily while I take a drink of coffee. That shit's cursed.
bus, and funnily enough, this happens right before his attempt to appeal, which obviously isn't going to go anywhere. But essentially now with this latest Dominique Alexander admission, the case
That's good. At least we didn't break any bones, though, right?
There was no self-defense. And I guess now his own spokesperson and most public defender now admits it. This one's an absolutely wild curveball. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so you know we've been hearing the same thing from all these black activists and grifters. They've essentially been lying their behinds off. And one of the most dishonest claims that we've heard over and over was that Carmelo Anthony was jumped. He was jumped by 4 white burly football players. It was essentially a hate crime, a public lynching of sorts, and he simply had no other choice with his back against the wall and he had to defend himself. Now, of course, this claim never made sense considering all the surrounding facts that we have in the witness testimony. From what we understand, all that happened was Austin Metcalf put his hand on his shoulder after asking him to leave 15 times, and then he responded by stabbing him in the heart. But, you know, I guess, to be as charitable as possible to the race grifters out there, witnesses can be coerced, people can misremember things, and great claims, as we know, require great evidence. And, well, that's another part of this case. Actually, there is great evidence. What better evidence can you have than actual CCTV
Good suggestion, Penny. I'll check that out.
With all of these people making this massive, grandiose claim that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded and jumped by all these people, if that truly was the case and all the witnesses lied or misremembered, well, then the video evidence ought to show that, right? If you listen to a lot of the activists supporting Carmelo, that's apparently the case. Well, not exactly.
Some people were saying that they were able to see him getting jumped. I couldn't see that. So I was wondering if you guys saw something different.
No, it's not I didn't see that with that video. No. I didn't see him getting jumped oh, you know what I mean?
It's almost
Like,
as if there's no footage
saw
of it because it didn't
movement over
happen.
there. I saw that there was multiple people around him, but I didn't see he was getting, you know what I mean, like the altercation. No.
It's freaking over, people. It is over. Dominique Alexander just threw Carmelo under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, like, my thing is, like, I've been kind of privy to it for, like, almost my whole life. My old man, my older brothers, and all that stuff, we always kind of, like, watched Alex Jones, listened to Alex Jones. We've always kind of thought shit was off. Like, 9/11 was, like, a huge tipping point for my family. We lost a lot of people. But, like, we also kind of, like, understood that it wasn't entirely, like, exactly how the news was projecting it all to. And it all seemed too convenient just to go to war, you know? Like, my family's been kind of, like, I don't want to say woke, but, like, awake for a good little minute.
They never ganged up on him. He didn't get jumped by a group of 4 football players. There is the admission.
Oh no, like 100%. Am true. Carmelo Anthony should have. He should have got the chair, dude. Like, to be honest, like in any way, shape, or form, like he should have just got the chair in some capacity. The fact of the matter is that he killed somebody in cold blood. He's a fucking violent freaking. He's a violent entity. He just wanted to hurt somebody, and he did. And now he needs to pay the price for that.
Right over there, he wasn't jumped, his life was not in peril, there wasn't a physical altercation that was one-sided against Carmelo Anthony, putting his life in serious jeopardy or the potential for extreme bodily harm. No, his ego was bruised, and so he stabbed a kid in the freaking heart. But now, of course, the question is, now that Carmelo's main spokesperson admits that the narrative is false, do you think the grifters are going to drop it? Are we going to finally get a kumbaya moment, a moment of admission? You know, maybe Carmelo was right. Maybe the video evidence does suggest that he acted completely disproportionately, had every opportunity to leave, was not boxed in, could have simply got up and walked away. Yes, walked in the rain. I know, crazy, it was raining on that day.
Right, we went to war with Iraq when the planes were crewed by Saudis, and then it was all under the guise of finding these weapons of mass destruction that we fought for 20 plus years to find and never found any. Crazy.
He would have got soaking wet, but I'd argue, you know, getting a little bit wet is probably better than 35 years in prison. That should be probably the message that we're teaching children here. Are we finally going to get an admission of the truth? Oh no, of course not. Let's just continue spewing straight up fabrications and lies.
During that time when that happened, the twins, their 2 buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them.
Right, Penny, if we went totally off of one person's belief and perspective, everybody would be guilty of something, you know? But I mean, like, the facts of the matter are, like, it's on video, it's all recorded. Carmelo Anthony murdered somebody. Like, he wasn't threatened, he was the threat. Like, this is the same thing with fucking the dude that killed Irina Zarutska, bro. Like, he's not too incompetent to stand trial. He knew exactly what he did. He waited for a funny moment to do it. He did it, and then fucking praised himself for doing it. It's all on camera. He's not insane. He's just a fucking violent monkey.
They were all coming from the direction of the middle school,
right,
coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video,
No, I am true. I want constitutional carry nationwide. I want everybody to be able to have that shit on their fucking hip. I don't care who it is, even if you're an op. Like, sure, open carry. At least it shows your fucking intent. You know, that's why I open carry. I want people to know that I'm ready to fucking bang them out if I need to. Behave yourself, you know? Like, don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. You know, if you're Carmelo.
And they showed it on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm going to say little stuff.
I'll put it this way.
Okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4.
Okay.
So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's more than the twins that got some licks
all
on
4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video.
Yep, many of these people are just continuing to push this lie that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded.
It's crazy too because they'll allege that there's a video of it. Show me the video. There isn't one. Like, there literally isn't. It doesn't exist. These people are told that it exists, and then they're like, oh, yup, that sound right. That sounds just about right. Damn, bro. These people are so fucking stupid.
And actually that multiple men were beating on him, that they had him in a headlock, and that's when he defended himself. Holy freaking moly. And I think really that's the whole general theme here. Again, it's the grift, it's the lies. Just be as dishonest as possible to frame this in a positive light for Carmelo. Another lie that we've seen being pushed all over a certain part of the internet is suggesting that the knife that Carmelo used was just a little baby knife, you know, it was a utility knife, and that proves that he had no intention whatsoever of hurting anyone. And well, my friends, that lie dies today. We got a YouTuber here, a channel by the name of After Prison Show, that shows the knife that was used. The video's titled, I ordered the same knife that Carmelo Anthony had in his backpack.
Look at the knife. So there's your little seatbelt cutter right there at the bottom. Little bottle opener action somewhere. There's a flashlight, I guess, right there. There's your laser beam right there. You can whip it open! Did you see that? Holy moly. Folks.
Why is the blade censored?
That is the...
How am I supposed to ascertain anything from this fucking video, bro? Why are you showing this? This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, why is a fucking hunk of metal being censored? What kind of fucking faggot-ass pussy shit is this? Why? Fucking retarded shit, man.
Biggest 3 inches I've ever seen in my life. That is a Boy Scouts aid tool. As Charleston White liked to refer to it as. It's uninviting. And that shit looks like it will do ungodly damage.
Yeah, I seem to recall a couple days ago, Jasmine Crockett called the knife that Carmelo Anthony used just a utility knife, a small tool with a little scissors.
Like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small.
Oh, he had a Swiss Army knife on him. Does that look like a frickin' Swiss Army knife? Folks, that is a deadly weapon. It has serrations on it. It also has a kind of like a beer can opener, it looks like. Does anybody understand the damage that that would do plunging into somebody's heart? Having that beer can opener on the top and the serrations on the bottom? Having that kind of shape of a knife makes it a whole lot more deadly than just having a regular forged blade. This is an extremely deadly weapon. And you know, honestly, if it was just a Swiss Army knife, it probably wouldn't have killed Austin Metcalf. No, this kid had a deadly weapon that he used hyper-aggressively, and yet his defenders will tell you it was just a pocket knife, just an innocent little 2-inch blade. No, it was an extremely...
I mean, either way, you gotta have, like, some intent and force and fucking precision to pierce somebody's heart with a pocket knife. You really fucking do. Like, the chest, the rib cage, the chest cavity is not easy to fucking pierce.
aggressive 4-inch blade, a deadly weapon that could cause maximum damage, and that's exactly what happened. The strike killed Austin Metcalf almost instantaneously. Just absolutely wild. Everything with this Carmelo Anthony saga is just getting worse as we go along. Not only is it
Blasco,
getting
my
worse
boy,
for Carmelo
welcome in,
Anthony as
welcome
the
back.
truth keeps coming out, which doesn't exactly play well to his appeal, but the lies and the lows that these people are willing to stoop to also get worse. It's just abysmal. It's bad in every...
You're not alone, Velasco. I almost slept in too. I kept snoozing my fucking alarm, bro. The last one went off and I saw it was like 10 after 10, and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta start the stream. So I just hopped out of bed, turned on my computer, set everything up, and just started going.
Single aspect. It's cartoonishly stupid and cartoonishly evil at this point. And look, I'm just gonna say the obvious, probably something that...
You don't know who John Wick is? I once watched him kill 3 men in a bar fight with a fucking pencil.
That a lot of people would be scared to say. I know these activists are attempting to make this argument that the whole situation reflects poorly on white America and the white racism that exists in the system, but that could not be further from the truth. You guys are digging and digging deeper, a deeper and deeper hole, and it reflects so poorly on your community. It isn't helpful, and I just don't get why it's so hard to see that. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
I carry this fucking basic ass fucking Home Depot, I forget the brand, hang on, let me find it. I think it's still in my pants. Got it. Yeah, any object could be a weapon if you're fucking smart enough about it. True, you can sharpen a stick and it'll be effective. You can use a rock to bash somebody's skull and it'll be effective. You know, a heavy metal wrench, sure. Hammer, sure. You know, anything you can utilize as an improvised weapon. Like, you know, like, I'm not saying that it's unthreatening. I'm just saying, like, shit, dude, like, you gotta try really hard is what I'm getting at. But nah, like, I just carry around this basic ass Home Depot Coast knife, right? It's the FX 411 model. It's just a basic freaking pocket knife. Has blackened steel, wooden grip handles on it. It's a really classy looking, cool looking knife, but you can find it on the shelf of any Home Depot, man. Basic shit. Yeah, that's true. Once you get to a certain point of martial superiority, you have to, like, actually register with the government as a deadly weapon. Alright, looks like we have Grumpy Whiskers is the next song up next. This is like part of his Simp City series. Did my boy Eustace dirty. Yeah, Kirsche.
City in the cigarette smoke. One train ride, one peaceful view. That's what I told myself. The station hummed, the engine sighed. Moonlight dancing on the silver lines. I bought a ticket, found my seat. Thought for once the night might let me sleep. No missing hearts, no missing clues. No chasing shadows in expensive shoes. Just a holiday or so it seemed. Funny thing about trouble, it follows dreams. Whispers travel faster than the rails. Every smile's another paper veil. Everybody's hiding something behind a smile and a suit. Everybody's hiding something and somebody's
My boy Mummy. Got keen and intellectual.
hiding something. Secrets sell quite well. Everybody's hiding something, but nobody hides it well. A golden prize gone without a trace. 1 minute shine and next it left the place. One suspect wasn't very keen to answer where he's been. Another gave me quite
Got
a
Mizuki
tale,
Fox.
though not the one she meant.
This is actually like super freaking good, man. Oh, look, Penny Bloomfield. Good thing she left. Cindy.
Your eyes. One secret peeled itself apart before I heard the
Fucking banana juju, man.
bartender
Is that Ked?
Pointed down the hall. Funny how the smallest clues can crack the biggest walls. The conductor swears we're all respectable, which only makes
Got
the
Powder. I think that's probably Vesper. I think she was sitting with Griffin.
behind a smile and a suit. Everybody's hiding something, and somebody stole the loot. Everybody's hiding something, secrets sell quite well. Everybody's hiding something, but nobody hides it well. Paw prints across the dining car. Paw prints.
Yeah, Grumpy Whiskers is fucking on point, man. I like his work.
Showing up again. Either this cat's a mastermind, or somebody keeps feeding him. And
Ember and Intellectual.
I'm leaning toward the second one.
Leaf, Offted. I think that might be Nicola. No, man. I'm still kind of like the fucking belly too. I can't. All the Leaf merch. It's that Lusty Links.
But nobody hides it well. The trophy's found, the case is closed. The culprit caught, job well done, or so I'm told. The cat looks innocent mostly. The train rolls on. And somewhere in the dark,
What's up, Depths Walker? How you doing, man?
another mystery waits.
That was pretty good, man. That was pretty good. Grumpy Whiskers never misses, man. That was pretty good. But as for the rewatching it thing, I gotta figure out a way that I feel that, Depths Walker. I just woke up, man. I'm still tired. But I gotta figure out a way to do my show the same way every time. And also make YouTube happy, right? Because, like, just because I've been remonetized doesn't mean YouTube won't be retarded and demonetize my channel again, right? Like, I don't trust the platform whatsoever. So, essentially, I'm just trying to feel things out at the moment and figure out what I can and can't do that won't trigger their fucking stupid AI system or get my my privileges on YouTube taken away again, man, because honestly, it was really defeating, trying to go up against this tech giant all by myself. I had some support from some friends. A lot of y'all were really vocal about it, and I appreciated it. But at the end of the day, man, like, it was all ran by AI and bots, and, like, not a single fucking soul actually, like, heard me out on their end. I don't know what triggered them to reinstate my account. I'm grateful for it, but I'm also not going to look a gift horse in the mouth either, so I'm going to keep on keeping on and keep trying to suss things out the best I can. I think this is a Doomcock video.
Time to become a channel.
This is going to be about Star Wars, probably.
Member. Every week now I'm posting uncensored videos exclusively for my channel members, along with custom emojis and live streams for members at the Archvillain level where you get to talk to me directly. Please consider supporting this channel by clicking the link in the video description and joining us in our fight to save pop culture. And also, check out our Patreon and Subscribe-Star pages for exclusive content you won't find anywhere else, including Harvey Cthulhu's insane podcasts, photos of my vast toy collection, and
Glad to be back too,
level
Andrew.
receive a signed photo, membership card, and certificate signed by me. You'll find the Patreon link in the video description as well. Thanks for watching, my friends, and now on to the video. Greetings, my friends. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, broadcasting from my hidden base at the center of the Earth. And I am here today with some rumors from my Hollywood agents regarding the future of Star Wars. Folks, it would be no exaggeration to say Disney is being forced to confront the fact that Star Wars is in serious trouble. All the available metrics are screaming one message at them now: Star Wars is moribund.
I love Doomcock, man. It's so funny, man. I love the way he presents himself as like some subterranean future dictator, man. It's so funny. It's a really creative way to present yourself as like a culture war commentator. Like I love it personally. Like I think it's great.
If not already deceased. A string of recent very public failures has made it plain changes need to come to Star Wars if there's any hope of saving it. Fortunately, all these data points have come about at one particular time when Disney has a new CEO and Kathleen Kennedy is gone. This is kind of a perfect storm when you think about it. Repeated failures related to Star Wars with fresh eyes in charge to see what's really going on. From such a storm, change can come. And if what my Hollywood agents are telling me is true, changes are finally coming to Star Wars. Perhaps it's too late, perhaps it won't be enough, but regardless, it appears that Disney is finally ready to try to fix this broken franchise, and last week it's rumored that Josh D'Amaro has taken those first steps. At this point, I must state that what I'm about to share with you is information provided to me by my Hollywood agents, but since I am unable to personally confirm any of it, I am presenting this as unverified rumor, and I ask you to please take it with a grain of salt. So to set this up, I received my first indication that changes were in the air back on May 29th when I received this message from one of my Hollywood agents, quote, "We have a new rumor about Ahsoka. Allegedly, Josh is toying with the idea of canceling the show altogether. According to sources, the Ahsoka Season 2 is shot and ready for prime time, and according to sources, it will make the Mando movie better because Mando wasn't this bad. Also, allegedly, Josh is not happy with Dave or John at all. Are their days numbered now? It seems Star Wars is falling apart," unquote.
Falling apart? Shit on a gaffy stick. It's lying in pieces on the sand.
I don't think it's Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau's fault. Every failure of Star Wars, you can literally pin on Kathleen Kennedy. Even Jon Favreau with the Book of Boba Fett, he's on record stating that Kathleen Kennedy sabotaged every fucking instance of that show, dude. Like, he would literally like walk off set to like have a cigarette, and like he would come back to her like snuck into the studio and like fucking around with the direction of the show and all that stuff. Like, it was crazy. And he said that came out of his own mouth. Like, just imagine the shit that they're not talking about, like the stuff that Disney corporate just forced them to fucking do because they were told to. Like, that's, I don't think it's Jon Favreau's or Dave Filoni's fault. Like, Dave Filoni knows good Star Wars. He was handpicked by George Lucas. Like, you've seen the Clone Wars, bro. You've seen Rebels. Like, I don't think Dave Filoni's the problem. I don't think Jon Favreau's the problem.
Man, I say it's been broken ever since Last Jedi, don't you think?
I do, Harvey Cthulhu, I do indeed. But I think the takeaway from this is, regardless of when Star Wars got broken,
Yeah, like more specifically, it was the space Vesper things, right? Vespa, the little fucking scooter things that big bad fucking cyborg gang was riding around on. That stupid part of the show where they were all like putting around on fucking Star Wars scooters, shooting each other. Yeah, that was Kathleen Kennedy, bro.
It looks like Disney's new CEO is seeing the shattered pieces clearly now. And seeing the problem is the first step towards solving the problem.
But the thing is I actually really liked Ahsoka season 1, man. Like, yeah, it was a little boring, and yeah, they did that stupid thing where like Sabine got stabbed in the fucking like hip or something, and everybody was like, "Oh, she should be dead." No, come on. Like, there's a difference between having a laser shoved through your heart like Qui-Gon Jinn had, and just like a surface wound, essentially. She got stabbed in the kidney, pretty much, by a lightsaber. That's not a death sentence, bro. Like, you don't die the second you get touched by a lightsaber.
See, the thing is, none of this is the fault of Disney's new regime. Whatever blame there may be falls on the old regime, and that means the new regime can clean up the mess without any of it sticking to them. That's a key point, folks. New management in Hollywood loves to deconstruct and reconstruct whatever the old management did. It's just standard operating procedure in Tinseltown, always has been. That's why
100%. I think they only shoehorned that shit in there to explain away how Fennec Shand like survived her gunshot wound and being left in the desert. I feel like that's I feel like that's what they were trying to do with all those cyborg punk people, is just explain that away in like some visual fashion. Yeah. But the thing is, though, is like Rebels wasn't bad, dude. Like that's what I loved so much about it. It was essentially picking up where Rebels left off, kind of, sorta. You know, like you had like really cool like surprise appearances from like random ass characters that you never thought you'd see again at the beginning. I loved the I'll be honest, Ezra Bridger is one of my favorite characters in Star Wars, so seeing him finally brought to live action was really fucking cool. Watching him construct a lightsaber that was essentially a mirror of Kanan Jarrus's lightsaber, oh my god, chef's kiss, bro. That's, by the way, Kanan Jarrus's lightsaber design is one of my favorite lightsaber designs. If I could build a custom lightsaber with that satellite not pommel, but handguard that Kanan Jarrus has, boy, dude, that would be the sickest fucking lightsaber on the planet. Yeah, Timothy Zahn is like pretty much like the bulk of the Star Wars extended universe from like the original days.
I give some serious credence to these rumors, but there's more to report, so let's move on. I received more rumblings that something was up at Disney on May 31st when I received this message from my Hollywood agents, quote, "According to multiple sources, an email from Josh has gone out. All of Lucasfilm is to be at the ranch Monday morning. Allegedly, Dave and John have already been summoned. We are going to have to be careful with this, but considering how many people will be there, hopefully, we can give you as much information as possible," unquote. This email was then followed up with another email that's...
Well, yeah, I mean, like, cybernetics in Star Wars isn't a new concept. It was just the way they executed it in the Book of Boba Fett on Tatooine was pretty fucking gay. But yeah, like, Star Wars cyborgs aren't a new concept. In fact, like, the idea of being a cyborg in Star Wars is, like, OG. Like, you had, you know, the idea of Darth Vader from the very beginning, you know, like the big bad Borg of the Star Wars universe. You had characters like Lobot and all, like, the weird fucking slave class of Cloud City with those weird, like, headband things on that were controlling their thoughts. Yeah, like, the idea of cybernetics and, like, cyborgs in general has always been a thing. I think, like, what was that one bounty hunter that showed up on the ship? I think his name was, like, Dengar or some shit like that, but he was like literally like 99% cyborg. He was just like a head on a cyborg body.
Same day, and here's what that one said, quote, "We are being told that Josh is making his displeasure about Mando very known, and considering this is happy on a Sunday, well, it's interesting. We're all hands on deck with this. As soon as we know anything about what's going on, we will let you know, unquote. On June 9th, I received this communication from my Hollywood agents.
Did you ever read the I think it was like a comic series about like the rogue IG-88s? Essentially, I think it ties into the Old Republic, and I think it has something to do with HK-47, to be totally honest. But essentially, like, this AI got into the source code of the IG units, right? And a bunch of them were fabricated and made, and then they almost took over the universe. Like, this is like a background subplot happening under the events of I can't remember if it's like Return of the Jedi or A New Hope, but essentially, like, it was the IG AI units were like this close to taking over the universe, and then they all got blown up in the Death Star. Like, they just like haphazardly had their whole plan ended by the main scenario events. It's some funny writing, but it's worth a look.
Oh, okay. What I can say about the meeting on record. Josh was very direct that the current story group was not working and the consumers were not happy with the product. That's not a joke. He used consumer multiple times. He wants groups of 6 to come up with ideas on stories and new directions.
Star Wars is boundless and endless, bro. Like, if you can think of it, there's probably a scenario for it in Star Wars that was hashed out over some book or comic series.
To the Empire. And there may be a temporary downsizing while Disney rethinks.
Another thing too is like a lot of lore for like certain characters was fleshed out in a magazine called Star Wars Insider that ran for a long ass time. I used to get an issue of it like every month. I believe it was every like month or like 2 weeks. But I would essentially get this magazine, and it had like everything there was to do with Star Wars inside of it. Like, the only reason that I know that General Grievous was a alien cyborg from another planet, and his whole thing is that he was wronged by the Jedi, or he perceives that he was wronged by the Jedi for the events that happened on his home planet, right? And the whole thing was orchestrated by Count Dooku and Palpatine anyway, so that they could use the guy as an experiment for the cybernetic enhancements that would one day be used on Darth Vader. It's crazy stuff, but yeah, like he's part of a species called the Kalish, I think they are, and they're like a tribal warlord type alien culture, right? They were fighting these bugs, and essentially they asked the Republic for aid, and then they were like, nah, this is like a planetary internal affair, and we're not going to get involved in that. But like, for some reason, they got involved with like the bug people anyway. They sided with the bug people instead of the Kalish, so that's why General Grievous hates the Jedi.
The direction of Star Wars, unquote. Now, what I like about this is the business-like way he allegedly put it, because I've been saying all along, a business cannot survive by alienating its customers. So in calling us consumers and pointing out we're not happy with the product, he's characterizing Star Wars as something created for consumption, and that inherently means it needs to appeal to us. It's, dare I say, capitalism. And that is what's so badly needed. Accountability, acknowledging the profit motive, and getting away from the bullshit virtue signaling at the cost of profits.
And they also tried like some weird fucking like DNA experiment too, like on top of that. I think like when they used like Sifo Dyas's blood transfusions in order to keep General Grievous alive during the process, hoping that he would gain force abilities, which I think he did get like kind of like a heightened sense and like kind of like that Jedi combat sense to where you can kind of feel what's going to happen next if you pay attention hard enough. But like he never really manifested any real force like affinity. They used his blood in the hope that it would give him that, but I think he got like very minimal results from having like a Jedi's blood transfused into his body.
If this is true, This could be representational of the mindset
What's up,
needed
Jaded
to ride
Fett?
this ship, and it is an encouraging sign. As to whether or not this rumor
Oh
is
yeah,
true,
welcome in,
I
welcome
think
in.
circumstances lend plausibility to these rumors at the very least. Remember, this all comes at a time when The Mandalorian and Grogu has clearly collapsed at the box office. It was obvious even way back in late May that Mando and Grogu was a big misstep, the latest in a long string of missteps by Disney when it comes to Star Wars. According to BoxOfficeReport.com, quote, Disney's Star Wars, The Mandalorian and Grogu grossed $4.8 million this weekend from 2,680 locations. Total domestic gross stands at $165.18 million. Daily grosses, Friday, $1.311 million. Saturday, $1.878 million. Sunday, $1.616 million. In other words, the box office has slowed to a trickle. And so it's quite clear, with a worldwide gross of $252
That's not
million
even
today,
really a good turnaround for a Star Wars movie.
Catch Solo, which grossed about $393 million in its run, even more if you adjust for inflation. That means this is a disaster for Star Wars, its biggest box office failure yet. Even worse, despite high hopes at Disney and some of the remaining Star Wars fans claiming Star Wars is
Thing is, with like Mando and Grogu, like it could have been really cool. Like the whole season, the whole series could have been really fucking cool if they didn't like dash the whole hopes of the writing at the end of season 3. Like if they would have just kept on with the arc of like, you know, Grogu learning to be a Jedi from Luke and Mando Din Djarin going on to become like the future unifier Mandalore, and like retaking Mandalore instead of him just being gay and trying to like make Bo-Katan do it because, you know, she hadn't failed 3 times already, you know, like she's not like the shittiest fucking leader on the fucking planet. But you know, regardless of all that, like they could have made the whole thing like so much better than they did. And Moff Gideon, Giancarlo Esposito, I think his name is, he's a really, really, really good bad guy. He is. Like, he was the bad guy of Breaking Bad, you know, Gus Fring, really good villain. He was the bad guy in Far Cry 6, really good villain. Like, you know, he has that, like, really classy kind of shock value, like, you know, that refined psychopath thing. And it's, honestly, it's a really good role to play. Is that... Oh, man, I don't care about this. So that's the villain of the new movie. It's just, is it going back in time? I thought he was dead. Like, is it before the events of season 3? Like, what's going on? Like, does he come back as a clone? Like, did he not really die? Like, that's kind of like I like him as a villain. Like, I think Moff Gideon is like a really good Star Wars villain, but like he's dead. Like, it's not like Darth Maul to where like the death was like ambiguous to begin with, and like we've known like through lore that people had like not really succumbed to the worst injuries possible. Like, you know, with Darth Vader being like the prerequisite, Darth Maul getting chopped in half and surviving wasn't really all that surprising to me. Yeah, like, it should have just been, like, a continuous problem of the week show, right? Like, eventual, like, plot tie-ins at the end of each season, you know? Like, furthering, like, the overall plot. But it really, really, really should have just been, like, Mando goes around, solves issues with Baby's sidekick. Like, that shit would have sold like hotcakes for years and years and years and years. You know, like, the cool thing, too, is, like, he could have eventually have put together, like, a whole team of people. It could have been, like, the Star Wars A-team, you know? Like, imagine Din Djarin, Boba Fett, you know, fucking... Maybe Luke Skywalker comes in eventually, like, for some, like, random cameos. You know, all kinds of stupid possibilities that they could have done. They could have even made original characters that were, like, super compelling to, like, fill in, like, the team slots. And, like, they could have done anything and everything else than what they did.
Back, Shadow Lord's Maul has yet to chart on the Nielsen's. Not even in top 10 streaming originals, folks. Remember, this is Star Wars.
It's long enough for him to actually learn some Jedi stuff.
Not only is The Mandalorian and Grogu doing worse at the box office than
Even still, like, I think it would have been cool, like, you know, to see Luke Skywalker trying to start with his first apprentice and then slowly being changed by the idealism of his first apprentice, seeing a lot of Yoda in him, right? Like, could you imagine, like, you know, they're training, and then Grogu senses his dada is in danger, right? So the whole time he's trying to, you know, complete his training, but he's also trying to express to Luke that, hey, maybe we can step in and help out a little bit, right? And so, like, you have this whole exchange between Grogu and Luke, right? Luke is trying to stick to the old ways that he was taught by Obi-Wan and Yoda, and Grogu's like, maybe we should just do the right thing. And you have this exchange to where eventually Grogu wears down Luke, and Luke starts thinking in a different way. And that's how we get the Luke that we come to love, is through the influence of Grogu and, like, the master and apprentice, like, thing that they have going on. That would be really cool. But nope, Disney sucks at writing.
Solo, the movie's so bad it banished Star Wars from theaters for 7 years, wandering the desert of Disney+. Now, they can't even get a pretty decent series featuring Darth Maul.
Let me tell you how decent Shadow Lord is, man. This was arguably the best thing Disney Star Wars has put out in fucking years. Maul Shadow Lord was fucking nuts. And I sincerely hope that they continue it. And I hope people just come around and actually give this a shot. Because Maul Shadow Lord is some of the coolest writing, some of the coolest action that I have seen in such a long time from Star Wars. Like, I cannot glaze this series enough. It is so cool. And, like, a lot of people are like, oh, it's another Clone Wars series. But, like, the animation is so much better and the art is so much better. It's like watching an animated painting. It's so fucking good, dude. If you haven't, give Maul Shadow Lord a shot. It's such a good watch.
With a guest spot by Darth Vader into the top 10 Nielsen streaming shows. There's only one real explanation for this complete and total failure: brand damage. Damage to the IP, done over a decade by people who insulted, shunned, and abandoned existing Star Wars fans.
What I was saying, Nalith, is, like, even though, like, you know, he got cut in half and he got shoved down the reactor shaft, yeah, but, you know, we have Darth Vader as, like, the original villain, dude. Like, people coming back from egregious injuries and surviving against all odds is, like, kind of the baseline of Star Wars, right? So him getting cut in half and chucked down, like, a dark hole, like, wasn't really all that surprising to see him claw his way out of it. Especially if you kind of watched, If you've watched the Clone Wars or played any of, like, the other Star Wars games or media, you would know that it's possible for shit like that to happen, especially with the Sith, right? Like, what's his name? Look at Darth Sion, for instance, dude. The dude is literally, like, chunks of what used to be a person held together by pure hatred. Like, Darth Sion was kind of like the original Darth Vader. Like, chronologically speaking, right? Like, the Old Republic happened, like, thousands of years before Darth Vader. And this dude was literally, like, chunks of a person that was held together through the Force out of sheer willpower and hatred. Right? And then you have Darth Nihilus, who is literally just, like, a Force entity bound to a mask that has to absorb the Force to survive. Like, you have all these crazy, weird, like, black hole concepts for, like, the dark side of Star Wars and how that shit happens. Like, look at even canonically, like, Palpatine literally yeeted his soul out of his body. Like, he was throwing down the reactor shaft, and the moment before he exploded, he fucking astral projected his soul out of his body and inhabited a rotting corpse in, like, some unknown location. Like, the shit the dark side allows you to do is fucking wild. right? So like the concept of Darth Maul getting chucked into like a trash pit and then ending up on a trash planet and constructing like a body for himself out of trash to keep himself alive out of sheer hatred, and then, you know, get found and brought back to sanity, and then have his form refined into a dangerous killing machine like he used to be. I don't think that's too far-fetched for like what we already have canonically for Star Wars, you know.
In search of the modern audience, a new, younger audience of Star Wars fans.
Like, the shit that they did in the EU for Palpatine was a lot more far-fetched than, like, somehow Palpatine returned, man. I mean, like, they cloned him, and, like, he was doing, like, this forced takeover thing, kind of like what he was already doing in canon, but, like, literally, he came back as, like, a younger, more dangerous form of himself in, like, the original EU. Like, I forget what they call it, like, the Dark Empire, I think it was, where there's, like, Luke even goes to the dark side for a moment. Like, he learns from Palpatine. He learns that you can balance both the light and the dark, and yeah, it's crazy. Like, the writing for the EU is fucking nuts.
The problem is, this modern audience doesn't exist. The so-called
Yeah, I mean, like, that's stuff that they're kind of setting up already. Like, I believe that cloning facility was in the Bad Batch, was it not? It was like Mount something or other. It was like hidden in a mountain. It was like headed up by Thrawn at some point.
modern audience really doesn't give much of a shit about film in general. They like TikTok and shit like that, and they don't buy film merchandise. They're not fans in the traditional sense, so the attempt to lure this modern audience in at the expense of existing fans was insanity. But that's what happened, folks. And now there's a new management team at Disney. KK is gone, Iger has stepped down, and the new occupants of the C-suite can clearly see that Star Wars is in trouble. I'm not sure what will come with this alleged directive to come up with new ideas and stop repeating the mistakes of the past, but once I hear more, I'll certainly let you know. Watch this space for updates. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, stay angry.
You want to watch this one? Let's watch it. Like, fuck it. Let's watch it.
So in this video, we'll be going over another round of people on Twitter and Blue Sky whining about so-called problematic VTubers, including Kirsha. We've talked about before. She's nuclear to these people. They have all sorts of headcanon about her. She's been deemed problematic. Therefore, they feel the freedom to say anything they want about her, but also anyone she even comes into contact with, including individuals like the VTuber.
They really should have just made Heir to the Empire and Dark Empire. It would have been great. They're kind of already doing it, but it's like they're doing it weird.
Are crashing out.
Dude, the sad thing is I totally feel this too. Where like I don't really like collabing with people that aren't that haven't done political stuff before, because I don't want to like I don't want to hurt my friends. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to get them harassed, right? So it's like I just keep to myself because of that. I keep to myself and to like other political people because it's like there's really low risk of them getting hurt from talking to me, but everyday people, I feel really bad about it.
And to cancel both of them for this collaboration, even trying to virtue signal in replies of unrelated tweets, you know, the usual stuff. Because everyone on this scenario here has a round of Kirsha derangement syndrome. They not only want to say outrageous things about her and seethe about her every day, but they also want to seethe about anyone she collaborates with or they think aligns with her as a result of simply interacting.
So, like, I'll be honest, like, I don't watch Kirsha. I don't know a whole lot about her. I know of her. Like, I know she's based, and I know a lot of our community respects her. But I just going into this, I don't know a whole lot about her. Like I know a little bit about Cha-Cha too. Like one of my only interactions with her was during the whole like ice thing with like Fillion, and that was like part of the reason why I put Fillion in that that fucking Konosuba video that I did in the jail cell when we go to save her. There's like a bunch of pirates, because like I just thought the whole like joke of her being abducted by ICE was fucking hilarious, and how mad everybody got about it was fucking hilarious. Oh man, but yeah, like from what I see of them both on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, they're both like really cool people. Like if I didn't have like an infinite amount of other people to watch, I would probably tune into them as well. But you know, I have my preferences.
With her. But of course, all these slanderous claims about Kirsha are something we see on the regular. You have this individual literally tagging her while calling her a white supremacist, and Kirsha would react to this tweet on stream and make fun of this individual.
This guy goes after me all the fucking time. In fact, he went after me recently, and then he had to lock the thread. He got absolutely fucking destroyed. Let me see if I can find it. Dude got annihilated yesterday. And this is exactly why Black/African Americans hate white people like powder. Blatant racist stereotyping. It's just a joke. Not when the only people laughing are the racist pieces of shit scumbags. And then it says right here at the bottom, only some accounts can reply because they got so fucking blown up in the comments. They had to lock the thread. Yeah. This
60 comments isn't even 60 comments isn't even a lot, bro. Like 100 out of 12K views, they only got like that much interaction with their post. Like a lot of people looked at that and said, "Huh, that's dumb," and like didn't even decide to engage. But like this person folded under 60 comments, bro. Like that's fucking nuts, man. Imagine being so like fucking loose in your ideals and like loose in your fucking just way of being that just a little bit of internet attention, man, silences you. That's crazy. Like that's what I'll firmly say, that these people don't even believe the shit that they're saying. Because like if you really believed in the shit you were saying, you would defend it tooth and nail, right? You would fight to the death over your ideals, would you not? These people can't even do that.
Yeah, dude. I wish I could find that thread, actually. The whole thing. Yeah, there it is. Fucking locked up. Freaking powder, dude. You think I'm racist, Nazi, bigot? You have pronouns in your bio? I don't even know what you are. Oh my god, dude. I wanted to reply to this, but then it got locked, so I couldn't reply.
Repost it with the classic "this motherfucker locked replies" tweet.
Let's keep going with this. But yeah, this guy comes after me. This guy goes after me too.
And their unfounded claims, which is totally fair game, right? If
they're kind of like in the circle with like there's like a circle of these people, and like they camp. What they do is they camp like
Away for a minute, I'll be right back.
Me, Powder, Kirsha, Celestium, and like we get camped by these people, and then they just talk shit constantly
on social media, saying something slanderous about them.
I don't know.
Every right to farm you for content, but this individual doesn't agree, shaming Kirsha for going against a 59 follower person.
Wait, this was
now,
wait, hold
really
on.
Agree with this logic.
This is the one I did a video on.
Because, well, I think anyone is fair game. Don't discriminate when it comes to posts on social media. I don't care if you have 1 follower or 1 million. If you're going to attack someone and directly tag them, they have every right to respond.
Yeah, so no punching down,
you're getting
people.
Literally what you're asking for when you're.
Here's my take on punching down. You should counter punch every single person. It doesn't matter. Like literally, like if a dwarf walked up to me and punched me, I would be stomping the fuck out of them, to be honest. Like it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. If you start it, you deserve it. It's the same thing with like women that punch men. Like I believe they deserve a full uppercut, to be honest.
Tagging them directly. Now Kirsha would have some fun with this, saying monetize your haters, but the thread below just shows how disingenuous and ghoulish these individuals are.
No, you don't get to start it. You do not get to start it and be like, well, actually, I'm so weak and small. You shouldn't hurt. No, dude, you fucking start it. You start it, then it's gonna keep going, and we're gonna finish it.
The previous poster says, I don't even think that person or me really hates you. I don't know why you're freaking out when people are just describing why they believe you're a white supremacist.
Yeah, they flagged for PvP.
Says,
Exactly. That's how I feel about it.
And then that other user replies saying, okay, that's your opinion. It's not like I really see you as less than me.
Yeah, we went
or
over this one.
anything, which is very interesting.
These,
But
like,
they
these posts just seem so insecure. Like they just feel like they're so insecure from Ava here.
add on to show just how empathetic and better they are by saying, I was awake for 3 days when Charlie Kirk was assassinated to wait for updates. Clearly, I don't want any harm to befall you or people I criticize. Your rhetoric
I wonder
is
if that's
bad
even
in my
true.
opinion, though. So whatever.
You know what I mean? Like they always say this.
Okay,
Oh,
well-
like, you know, when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, like I thought it was terrible. I thought it was a bad thing. Like, dude, I wonder if that's even true.
Here's the other poster who got called out after tagging Kirsha saying, same here, Ava. I don't wish harm on those I disagree with either. So this is very funny. They're both making it very clear they never wish harm on those.
I wish harm on everybody that wishes me harm. It's that simple. I don't wish harm on people that disagree with me, but if they wish me harm, then I wish them harm. Except I wish for harm for them to the maximum, basically. If you wish any harm on me, I wish harm on you to the maximum.
Disagree with, and they add on, when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, I was scared that others would be targeted too. These two people are lying.
Basically, I never start it. I never start it ever. Like I don't want to start like this kind of like how do I say? I don't want to start the aggression, but then when you aggress on me, I take it as far as
True. That's kind of how I am too, man. Like, I'll mind my own business until you come after me, and then I'll fucking ruin your life.
It's not my fault. Like, if you try to rob me, it's not my fault.
In a metaphorical, like,
My fault that you're
outward way. Like, I would never like ruin somebody's actual life, but I will destroy them on Twitter.
You have any intent to stop if you fake that you're trying to hurt me. Does that make sense?
Through their teeth. So this person points out, no, you didn't. Here's some highlights of you not doing that, saying,
We feel like a full Carmelo Anthony, yes, bro.
F Charlie Kirk.
Bro.
Saying he's people's Lord and Savior, and, well, no one's left to debate after he was assassinated. And basically mocking the Charlie Kirk insanity, among many other things, right? And Kirsha says, lying again, imagine my shock. Wow,
Yep.
Much genuine conversation. But wait, it gets worse. Not only is that user lying about being distraught in regards to what happened to Charlie, but so is the user Ava. And you can see their post.
So fucking disgusting the way fucking these people talk about Charlie. It is disgusting, man. Like, it's true.
His words were gang violence, then he proceeded to
This is
die
so
to
fucking annoying.
non-gang violence crimes with visible contained laughter. Here's another one saying Charlie Kirk and his religion would also like us to be suffering for.
I think it's funny too that this person went on Leaf's stream and just got like absolutely fucking befuddled by Leaflet, and then to take it even further, Leaflet just made a model looking like them, and just fucking clowned on him for like 3 weeks after the fact. It was funny. It was funny as shit. This person's fucking stupid, man. They can't even hold like an actual argument. Everybody saw it in the public square. This you say one phrase to this motherfucker, one line, and they chimp out because they're dude. the boot fit really well. It's perfectly sized. What's up, Vlasco?
For eternity. And this one really says it all. Charlie Kirk just got slimed.
That's racist, bro. That's so fucking racist, man. Shit. Dude, my people are so oppressed. It's like
This was on the day
is so fucked up.
of the assassination.
Fuck them sliggers, bro.
Person claiming they're for days, mourning and fearing what is happening and trying to get updates. But this was their
Or if Leaf would be mad if I started calling her a sligger.
People are just incredibly disingenuous, but let's get back to the main topic here. You can see how hard these ghouls are trying to push for this narrative about Kirsha, and they also exact a sort of
what we call Quanglet. It's like the green-haired one.
Kirsha, including the VTuber Cha-Cha, who, as we saw earlier, recently collaborated with Kirsha. Now, this was the response from some users saying, hang out with Nazis and then don't go around crying that they're calling you a Nazi. As always, they call you that to justify their terrible treatment of you and all of the harm they wish upon you, and also the purity testing they apply to those who come into contact with you. You are literally like the plague. Anything you come into contact with is now a no-no and problematic, and you're applying the same ridiculous, slanderous label you gave to Kirsha to anyone who interacts with her. But this is an interesting post because it is in response to a now deleted one from this tyrannical handle here, where basically this user directly tagged Cha-Cha and tried to collab police her for working with Kirsha, and they weren't done. I guess they didn't delete this one. On a completely unrelated post from Cha-Cha, they replied saying, why collab with hit white supremacy tuber Kirsha? You could always just not. Well, you could always just not say ridiculous things in the replies of completely unrelated tweets to morally virtue signal about
this flip-flop game seems really fun, by the way. I think I would unironically play it.
I mean, just look at the activism. Pride Month, 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 jaying off. Yeah, so without their identity being the core of their personality, they would have nothing else to say. But
so true.
Here is another individual saying, seeing Cha-Cha interacting and collabing with Kirsha without knowing the drama she did is quite saddening. Oh well, the drama. Yes, people slandering you and you responding to them is apparently the drama.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to punch down. That's
yourself,
why.
But we've seen that
you just take
already in this video. But I thought this was very interesting. The previous post, literally the one before this.
The very idea is that you're not allowed to respond to people saying stupid shit about you is like laughable, in my opinion. I think like if you don't respond to people saying stupid shit about you, that's obviously like not a troll. Like you're just allowing them to win. Like if you don't set your record straight, if you don't like actually respond, you're letting people set a false narrative about you.
Was posting this Mike Tyson quote saying social media made y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. Yeah, I guess they should take their own advice and the messages they're trying to post on social media before they make these ridiculous claims and collab policing type efforts on people
they wouldn't
online.
do this shit. They wouldn't do this shit like to your face, you know?
Thread here. Cha-Cha posting about something completely unrelated, but that's not enough for these people. You can see this totally well-adjusted individual saying, it's a shame you align with a literal white nationalist that joked about the death of a victim.
Dude, from now on, dude, these people say this shit so much. Like, they cry wolf so much from now on. Next time they say that, they're like, like, you know, Leaflet is a racist, like, white supremacist. Well, I'm just gonna say, yeah. Yeah, you got me. How'd you know?
By repeatedly calling them a predator.
Fuck.
Great example for your kids. So this totally normal
I was trying to
person
hide
is now
that, but you
shaming
know.
her as a mother for collaborating with Kirsha, and I don't even know the context of what they're talking about, but you can see they're obviously a very poorly intentioned person by saying stuff like this. But of course, they weren't done. Here was a totally unrelated post where Cha-Cha was talking about the game mixtape game, if you can actually call it that.
Show them your award,
this.
dude. You know, I kind of do want one, dude. You can get in contact with them if they can get some awards made. If I'll pay for it. You know, I'll pay for it. You know, and ask them if I can make a trophy with their thing on there. Have it shipped to me so I could put it up in my room. You know, that'd be pretty sick, actually. BT Cybernaut, thank you so much for the 100. The fact that Chacho was brave enough to step out and do his collab with Kershaw was heartening. It's great. That's great, yeah. But these people have cried.
To me, it just seems that like people are tired of giving these weirdos the time of day, right? To me, this signals that like people in this space are starting to kind of shift with the culture, and like I like that. I like the impact everybody's having.
Wolf so much that I don't even care what they say anymore. It's like, call me whatever you want. Like, it doesn't matter anymore.
But is fine with collaborating with people.
I feel that. I feel that.
Predators.
Me too, am true.
People
That's not Rumble Wallet. I didn't.
Look at profiles like this, and they have Asmongold in here, and it's like, imagine being so unwell, so unhappy that you're branding your accounts with the person you hate. I mean, talk about mind-broken behavior, but you can see they've dedicated their life to whining about all the problematic people on social media. You
know what it really feels like, to be honest, is like these people, they don't have any identity. They don't have a sense of like their entire personality and identity is nothing. And this is why they have to cling on to these like really like they have to be obsessed about these sort of immutable characteristics because nothing else describes them. Like when you say like, tell me about yourself, the only thing they have to say about themselves is like, oh, I'm like, my skin color is this, or oh, I'm like gay or something, right? Like they have nothing else. Like there's nothing interesting about them. That's why they cling to it so hard.
Including me, of course. They have a bit of the RDS, and I saw this post where someone was happally sharing that
Wait, what the hell?
Had our plushie campaign, which is of course concluded, but they said some poor kid in Bengal is working their behind off to make these bad-looking plushies. Well,
actually, for me, it's China, and it's adult women, which they're more effective, to be honest, because like kids are too small to get it done fast enough, you know.
I would think the nearly 1,000 people.
And like when they carry stuff, like when kids carry stuff, they can't carry it like think about like how wide their steps are compared to an adult, right? So like if they're carrying like a box like across the factory, it's like they just do it way slower, right? The only thing that kids are really good for is making bombs and like munitions, to be honest. So like you know, if I were in that business,
what the fuck is she saying, bro?
Would disagree with that. Also, again, they slander as they breathe. Just to clarify for this individual, right from Uwa Market's own website, they craft their products in factory.
Well, the good thing about kids though is they only take like 5 years to spawn, right, compared to like an adult. Like an adult, you know, to get like that, to get the stride where you can walk at that speed, you can carry like stuff of this weight. Like we're talking like 18 years here, right? Whereas like a kid's like a 5-year spawn to like work on some stuff. So, you know,
Texas in the United States.
They eat less,
so
true. That's lose. True. Also, they'll do it for candy.
Bookmark your calendars for the birthday collab I'm doing in about a month or so. I'm sure this individual will be very upset about that.
They'll do it for candy and cocoa melon. Actually, yeah, way better deal.
I mentioned the insane asylum known as Blue Sky. Blue Sky had some things to say about this collab as well. This individual saying, "How the heck are you Latina, yet you're willing to collab with a white supremacist?" If you want to know who I'm talking about Cha-Cha and Kirsha. So this is very funny. So they bring out the fact that Cha-Cha is Puerto Rican, which is very
totally normal Blue Sky post.
Joke about ICE. People were saying that it was offensive, not acknowledging that she is Latina herself. But now they're correctly identifying her as that to cancel her for working with Kirsha, who they believe is a white supremacist. Interesting how that works. But then again, you look at the accounts, and I mean, I would say this is outrageous, but this is just Blue Sky. It's. And, yeah.
Damn.
Tough sledding.
Do you see what I mean? Look at guys.
It's a lot of debuffs.
Look at the buffs. Look at the buffs they have to cast to have any sort of personality. It's
Tough
unreal.
sledding. And just like anything else on Blue Sky, their
Holy
pinned
fuck, man.
tweets,
It's
posts, whatever they
crazy.
call it here, is asking for money. I'm sure your
The
efforts,
world
if you're
debuffs.
having financial problems, would be a lot better suited if you were, I don't know, doing anything but whining about all the problematic VTubers in your head. But anyways, some people were saying, seriously? Effing hell? Now she collaborated? I know.
I can't wait to oh dude, I can't wait. I can't wait to start trolling fucking VR chat with Eustace, bro. It's gonna be funny. I'll just spill the beans. Dude, I'm making a 3D model that I'm gonna import into VR chat. That's essentially my my OG model. I had to remake it, so it's a little different. But essentially, I'm porting my OG model into VR chat, and me, Eustace, Chikage, and a few others, we're just gonna dip into fucking VR chat and just start trolling people, bro. It's gonna be funny.
Effing Kirsha. Now, I see Blue Sky is still mad at Fillion.
Miss
in
Fillion.
such cases, but it continues on. The poster we just talked about clarified, doubled down, saying, "Oh, I just remembered that this is the same VTuber joked about Fillion being deported by ICE. Yeah, no wonder she's willing to hang out with Kirsha." So that is a situation we talked about before with Cha-Cha. She was getting canceled by the usual suspects on Twitter because she made a joke about Fillion's MIA status from streaming, joking about ICE coming and getting her. And it was very clearly a joke, but people morally virtue signaled about
They
this
get mad at
and
even
tried
a
to
joke.
cancel Cha-Cha, who doubled down and said, "I have nothing to apologize for." and
Even
basically
a joke
mocked
is too much
all
for
the
them.
backlash, which was very refreshing to see. But of course, more VTubers are weighing in on Blue Sky, saying, "Oh, I must have missed that. Holy moly." And you look again, and it's just like, what are we dealing with here?
Dear femboy
An
VTuber, oh my
anti-fascist
goodness.
Autistic, disabled, chronically ill. Queer, trans, stoner, anti-fascist communist. The jokes write themselves.
Communists. Very, very interesting.
Upela, you fucking troll. Like, I wish I could collab with Leaflet. Honestly, goal. It would be a goal of mine. I don't think it'll ever happen. I mean, like, I speak to Leaflet sometimes. She's cool, really smart. I'll be honest with you guys. Leaflet kind of was the one who got me back on the saddle, man. Like, she spoke some fucking truth into me, man, and I just I couldn't let her down. So here I am. But yeah, fuck you, Bupela.
Once again,
Hold on, I need to see. Do they stream? I need to know.
What do you mean? You are already quite literally doing that. Like, you stupid motherfucker.
I need to know the answer. Dude, the buffs are insane on this one, chat. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, is this real? Is this actually... Dude, chat, you're gonna have to see this buff list, man. This buff list is insane. You guys are not ready for this. Look at this buff list right here, dude. VTuber, leftist activist, gaming streamer, they, them, autistic, disabled, chronically ill, black Boricua, Alaska native femboy, queer, trans, stoner, anti-fascist, communist, baby bread tuber, mutual aid. Holy fuck, dude. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Sweeping the Nazis down, their videos here. Bro, dude, they've got, oh my god. They're like buffed up on their model too, guys. Like this goes deep. This goes deep, chat. Like, dude, look, their models buffed up too. Like, even their models buffed up. Dude. Holy
Brother.
fuck. I think this is the final boss, man.
Brother.
This is like, yeah, this is like final boss shit right here.
Kami's catching an L, but then again, they probably feel very safe on Blue Sky. Also, I just noticed another person who identifies as an It's. That has been a theme.
I wonder why Blue Sky is being exempt from that European privacy law, right? Like every other social media website has to like turn over their like inner credentials and like go totally public and be censored, and then like Blue Sky is exempt from that for some reason. I wonder why. Could anybody tell me? Like, it's confusing to me. Like, I don't understand.
Theme of both of my videos today. People
MDNI means minors don't interact.
Identifying
because they like prawn.
It's and treating
So it's
people
like,
like
don't look at my
objects,
stuff, basically.
Ironically enough. But they added on saying, I'm not surprised that Cha-Cha is collabing with Kirsha. She loves a Fillion collab historically. Edgelord Central. She loving those white supremacist dollars.
Wait, is that white supremacist? Yeah, dude, what? Yeah. White supremacists? Where's my money? What do you mean I've been doing this for free?
People are talking about where is this white supremacist fund where all these people are getting their money from? Also, anyone who
I wish I could be like government funded to like be a VTube psyoper. That'd be fucking neat, man. Where's that money at? How do I get connected?
This video I uploaded to Patreon today, a new exclusive talking about the Carmelo Anthony guilty verdict and the ghoulish responses from many people on social media. Not only
know BB gave you the 7K the other day.
verbalizing a lot of violent
I did have the Israel hat in my closet. The Israel military hat. Yeah. They didn't give me any money, though. Wait, hold on. So you're telling me that all I got was a fucking hat? That all I got was a hat? A Star of David hat? No, it's a hat that says Israeli military on it, because I used to play airsoft. I used to play airsoft, and my dad went to Israel to go visit all the, you know, the holy sites and stuff, because my dad, you know, Christian family. So he wanted to go, you know, see the tomb of Jesus and all that stuff, right? Or all the stuff happened. I don't know, you know, all the, you know, the religious tour you go on to like see all this stuff. And then he goes.
So what you guys are saying is this SPLC organization will pay me to be racist online. I think I might sign up for that. What SPLC, huh? I'll have to remember that. Look it up later. See what it's all about. But apparently they're paying people to be racist.
He goes, Leaflet, I got you something. I was like, yeah. He's like, I know you like that military stuff. I got you a hat. And it just says like Israeli military on it. It has like a giant fucking Israel flag on the side. And I was like, thanks, Dad. So I put it in my closet and I forgot about it, right? And then I was cleaning out my closet and then I found it. Yeah. It was in there.
reactions to this guilty verdict, but also literally committing violence in response. So if you want to check out my latest Patreon exclusive, I'll put a link to it in the pinned comment. Definitely appreciate all of the attention and support on the Patreon, with many more exclusives coming there in the very near future. But of course, all of this weighs down to problematic VTuber collabs with someone, now they're problematic, and all the usual suspects have to make it known that they are very upset about it on social media. Many such cases. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads and multiple streams.
Yeah, you know what? That's my new stance on it, guys.
But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
It's a good video by Rev. That's gonna be my new stance from now on. Is like when they're like, "Oh, you're like a white supremacist, racist," so I'm just like, "Yeah, you're right. You fucking got me, dude. Wow, how did you fucking know because I'm just tired of like I'm tired of fighting it. You know, I'm just over it.
That's how it goes, man. You just gotta own it at this point. Be the monster they want you to be.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, the notion of something backfiring. It happens all the time in so many different ways, in so many different facets of life. You know, sometimes it could be.
It'd be funny if I actually did contact them though, and they were like, "Yeah, you know, sure, you can get a paycheck."
Sometimes, you know, we're looking at nuclear levels of backfire. Sometimes we're looking at a multi-year, or in this case, a decade-long process. Just the ultimate devastating backfire for a particular group and whatever interests they're peddling. And well, you probably get where I'm going with this. The biggest backfire of the century, certainly within the political sphere, has got to be Democrats and I guess their evolving relationship with cameras, right? You know exactly what I'm saying. You know, just go back in time, you know, roughly a decade, and the left was telling us that we need body cams, we need cameras everywhere. We needed to get a first-person view into all the racisms transpiring across the country. And well, you know, they got their wish. They got cameras.
Honestly, I was kind of already on that line of thought.
Pretty much, especially in left.
I was sitting there thinking.
But then as technology continued.
I was sitting there thinking, like last night before I was falling asleep. I was like, man, what should my next song move be? Should I do something serious like my first one, or should I do like a couple more joke songs like Tiefling Queen and fucking Catgirl Therapist? Like, well, I think people like the more serious fucking tone more than they like the joke songs. I haven't checked their numbers yet, but last time I looked, the fucking Broken Oath song was already at like 200 or so views, maybe like around that ballpark. And the other two were like in their teens still, so like I haven't checked this morning, but I assume you guys like the serious music more than the joke music. So that's a good idea, Jaded Fit. I think that might be it.
To advance, cameras proliferated everywhere, on the streets, in pretty much everybody's hands. You got dash cam videos, you got Ring doorbells, you got basic CCTV camera setups that pretty much anybody can set up in front of their storefront or in front of their home. It's no longer expensive hardware that needs to be hardwired, and so the left got what they asked for, but they didn't exactly receive what they were looking for. And how did they? Yeah, that's where the notion of nuclear backfire comes in, and it's really no surprise why this happened. Kind of speaking to the delusion and the idiocy of the left, you know, if you're perpetuating fake narratives, false grievance narratives, I feel like the most important thing that you need is control over the narrative, right? You actually need an information vacuum. You need information isolation. You need a media filter. You can only protect fake narratives for so long when the information stops being controlled. And I guess that's the biggest mistake the left made. That, or I guess they really do live in a world of absolute and utter delusion. But anyways, excuse the long-winded intro. I got an interesting clip that I want to show you guys here that I think once again exposes just how bad cameras have been for left-wing politicians and ideologues. Let me show you guys this. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this clip that I found here from the Daily Caller. An absolutely insane situation that happened in Seattle. And again, another situation caught on camera in a left-wing city.
We've got two thugs walking around in Seattle as indicated by this red circle. Walking toward them here is a 77-year-old man seemingly minding his own business. Somehow, these two future doctors mutually come to the conclusion that they should attack this guy. The man was hospitalized and suffered a broken arm, broken knee, facial injuries, and I'm sure is traumatized. Would you be shocked to learn that the guy arrested has a criminal history?
You got the wrong person. Got the wrong person? Yes. I work for the state. You work for the state?
You know Katie?
Yeah, I know Katie.
The mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. That's almost it. That's my last word.
Is your camera? Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
The guy arrested, the great respecter of the law and the police, was released from jail 2 days later and didn't show up to court when he was supposed to. Now about that mayor, Katie, the socialist. She doesn't want security cameras in the city, you know, like the one that was able to detect what happened here.
SPD has deployed more than 60 of these to crime hotspots.
We also have to be very careful to make sure that our data storage, security, sharing practices don't make that system vulnerable to misuse and abuse, whether that
Of course they don't want cameras anymore, because it disproves every bit of fucking rhetoric that they fucking speak on the matter. That's why they're mad at body cams now, too, because body cams just, like, prove every fucking narrative they spin wrong. It's crazy.
that's by federal immigration enforcement or by other bad actors.
People in that community who are concerned that there's been rising gun violence and that there should be more surveillance cameras and that kind of thing, that's obviously been an issue that you weighed in on. Does that change it? Does that change your perspective at all?
Let's keep it on. Yeah, let's keep it on the top of this event. Thanks.
Appreciate it, but let's keep it on top. Okay. She's about to answer the question, though. Okay.
So you've got these two young black kids who walk up to a 77-year-old man in Seattle and out of nowhere just start pushing him down to the ground, smashing his face in the frickin' asphalt. They start pummeling him for literally no reason. And of course this clip isn't presented in isolation. No, how many times have we seen this exact same thing? It's another example that proves exactly why body cams and CCTV footage have been an utter disaster for the left. For years they swore that cameras would expose all the racist cops terrorizing black people in the cities. All these political mantras and notions of black people being the victims. But time and time again, we get endless footage and examples of the exact opposite being true. The people terrorizing these communities are not the police officers. It's not white people roaming around and hunting the black people down. No, it's exactly the freaking inverse. We've seen endless footage of the most vicious, mindless, unprovoked violence that you could possibly imagine. And most of it, not all of it, but pretty much most of it, especially the indiscriminate out of nowhere stuff, well, it comes from the exact same demographic that they tell us are the real victims. Holy frickin' moly. And you know what? Just watching that video, it's yet again another example of a picture, or I guess in this case, 24 pictures a second being worth 1,000 words. It's not just the twisted victim narrative that's getting exposed here. No, there's also a lot to pick up just from the environment, the surroundings. You got these two kids brutalizing this old man, and not a single person even came to render help. And as it's all happening, there's a heroin addict in the frickin' background nodding out. You see this stuff, and you try to connect it to Democrat political branding. They make it seem as if they're the ushers of left-wing utopia, big city living. But all I ever see is squalor. Just an absolutely abysmal, hellish environment, a low-trust society that's being further enabled. And I guess that kind of also speaks to the larger narrative. The cameras are exposing this stuff on a daily basis. Exposure, transparency, actually seeing the results on the ground. It's the Democrats' worst enemy, folks. It's their frickin' kryptonite. And I think that last portion there, interviewing the mayor of Seattle, kind of the cherry on top for making that point. You got yet again another horrific, despicable act caught on camera, another glimpse into the chaos that's transpiring under Democrat leadership. And look at the Democrat response, refusing to answer a single question, having your staff shut down the interview, then running away from accountability, running away from truth, running away from the transparent facts. And honestly, I'm kind of getting the vibe now that the Democrat view has kind of shifted. At first it was, oh, we need cameras everywhere to expose the victimization of minority communities in these neighborhoods. And now it appears, I don't think they want cameras anymore. And they're probably going to start making that argument under the guise of unequal treatment. No, we can no longer have cameras in these communities. We can't have too much police presence and camera presence and over-policing in these neighborhoods. Oh, the poor victims. Oh, and actually, as I'm saying that, I'm reading comments here online that seem to be alleging the mayor of Seattle is in fact taking the stance that she doesn't want to put up more cameras because she's worried they'll help ICE catch illegal immigrants. How do these people get away with presenting themselves as the almighty virtuous? She would rather let violent criminals
absolutely right, Amshrew. Absolutely right, dude.
Let Trende Aragua set up shop in the city. Or I guess more generally, she would rather frickin' virtue signal and pander to minority groups and the delusional narratives out there than
the only way leftists and Democrats ever get power is just by fabricating the conditions. Like, that's it. Like, everything's a big fucking lie, a big fucking scam to these fucking people, man.
save people's lives than do the right thing, enforce the law, and create a safe city environment. It's a frickin' sickness, and it's proof that, left-wing politics is basically a massive grift. When there aren't any cameras, well, you gotta push a victimhood narrative and twist the truth. Then once you get your cameras and the cameras backfire, then you gotta twist the entire narrative now, and again perpetuate another victimhood narrative in order to undo the measure that exposed your entire worldview. It's absolutely insane. Anything but a basic acknowledgement of reality. And once again, just to see the stuff that they're complicit in, the stuff that they defend for ideological purposes, it's just constant, needless death under these policies. People being victimized in the streets from the same exact usual suspects, the same perpetrators that are essentially given an open playground for crime in these cities or just let back onto the streets to reoffend, whether it's the illegal migrants that they protect that then go on to murder and victimize innocent community members. The lengths that these leftoids go to, the way they shove their head in the sand as they inflict true damage onto the community, all under the guise of supposedly being progressive and bringing positive results. It's just so friggin' insane, and I don't know how anybody falls for it, especially these days where we have so much access to information, where there's cameras everywhere and we can see it for our own eyes. The problem isn't the police. We don't need to defund the police. We don't need less cameras, more social workers, and more community centers. We need law and order. We need law enforcement. It's obvious who is terrorizing these communities. What we need is a basic acknowledgement of that and then to, do something about it. Crazy concept, I know. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. It's moments like these that for me really put the pernicious thinking of the left into clear, crystal perspective. When you listen to the left, the way they paint themselves, it's always as the good guys, They're kind and compassionate. They're interested in equality or equity these days, which of course kind of speaks to the dangerous path that they're on. But there just seems to be this assumption that, it's just the benign left. You got the left and you got the right. But folks, there is nothing benign about
Right, Amateur, you can't have shit in Detroit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
the left. Now, maybe for the last few decades, they've struck a good balance as corporate Democrats. They weren't yet full-blown authoritarian communists, but that never actually lasts, and left-wing collectivist thinking always leads to the exact same dystopian endpoint. They sell this image of themselves as just being compassionate and, oh, the people. But behind all the flowery talk about fairness and helping the little guy is almost always something much darker and much more selfish. And that's what we're seeing with the left-wing's rhetoric in relation to Elon Musk reaching $1 trillion net worth. All of a sudden, you're hearing the quiet part out loud. Really, what we see with the left is envy dressed up as virtue. It's this desire to control what other people are allowed to build, what they're allowed to keep. It's the same breeding ground that leads to class warfare and these antagonistic classist narratives. And time again, when you go down that path, well, like I was saying earlier, it's never benign now, is it? No, when you look at history, this mindset never leads to a beautiful, utopic, equal society. It leads to stagnation, poverty, authoritarianism, starvation, and subjugation. I want to show you guys a clip here that I think really speaks to what I just said earlier, saying the quiet part out loud. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this CNN segment right over here.
Should be some checks and balances in this society. People should not be allowed to be.
Ah, man, anything coming out of CNN is gonna be hot dog shit, bro. I'm kind of like prepping my mind to listen to what this fucking chimp's gonna say.
You have $1 trillion. No human needs that much money.
Do you think that these ultra wealthy people, I'm not talking about people with 10, 15, 20, even $100 million. I'm talking about people who are approaching $1 trillion. Do you think that there's more that they should be doing to give back to the societies that helped them get rich? Elon Musk and SpaceX benefited from tens of millions of dollars in government contracts and deals that allowed them to become the company that they are today.
Absolutely freaking insane rhetoric.
Like, I kind of get it though. Like, to be honest, like anybody with like an idealistic thought process like mine would think that, you know, you have like all this exorbitant wealth, maybe you should give back a little bit to like the fucking country that helped you get that rich, you know? Like, maybe let that shit trickle down a little bit, you know? But also, Elon Musk does a lot for the current world paradigm right now. Like, he's gonna get us to Mars. He's single-handedly taking on the space program. Like, dude's doing way more than just anybody else on the fucking planet. Like, nobody's doing the shit Musk is doing. Like, he's doing crazy innovative shit, and that's kind of what we need.
The fact that they're saying that stuff with a straight face, that they don't realize how pernicious what they're saying is. That one clown that Abby Phillips keeps bringing back on her show, Carrie Champion, she says, people shouldn't be allowed to have $1 trillion, as if that's some sort of a clever policy take. But my friends, that is pure classist hatred dressed up as morality. Honestly, every time I hear that kind of rhetoric, I think the same thing. You want to put a cap on how much wealth a certain individual is allowed to create? Who the f do you think you are to decide that? I mean, seriously, who gave these people the right to tell other human beings how much they're permitted to build? It's the same tired, bitter, frankly, economically illiterate garbage that the left is always pushing. They act as if Elon Musk is doing something evil. He's built this evil empire to enrich himself. He's sitting on money like Scrooge McDuck. Oh man, all this gold and all these dollar bills stacked on top of each other in this massive vault doing nothing. Who does he think he is, hoarding all that wealth? It is such economic.
People don't understand that like net worth isn't the same as like liquid worth. Like, it's not like he has like all this fucking shit laying around. It's all embroiled in assets and like his companies and the things he's doing. Elon Musk himself probably doesn't even have all that much money. It's just all projected wealth through the things that he owns and the things that he does.
Economically illiterate, communist gobbledygook, and it's completely detached from reality. The reality is that capital is being spent. It's being used to build factories, to hire thousands of Americans, to give them good-paying jobs, to develop new technology, to push entire industries forward. Industries that, by the way, are going to define the future of the world economy, which America is currently leading. You know how freaking lucky we are to have Elon Musk? You know, I think this clip kind of speaks to that.
If Elon Musk...
Well, they all are, man.
In South Africa.
You know how much money actually gets thrown at all these fucking problems? And you know what people do with the money? They keep it for themselves, bro. Like, even the African people on their side, like, we send them food and fucking water and money all the fucking time. And you know what they do? They keep it for them fucking selves, bro. They don't care about each other.
None of you would know Elon Musk. I guarantee you that, I promise you that, and I will make the case tonight. None of you would have heard of SpaceX, would have heard of Tesla, would have heard of Neuralink, nothing. Or him digging tunnels somewhere in the West Coast, nothing. Conversely, how come Elon Musk gets to the US, we know Elon Musk, we get these companies? What is it? What is it about the US compared to South Africa? So I continue with my life. Eventually the family decides to move to France if we're gonna stay in Europe because of, you know, the old ties between France and Senegal, which used to be a French colony. And eventually we make it to France. And after business school, I decided that France would be too small for my ambitions. So after business school, I decided to go to America. So in any case, I come to the US. First, I was working in finance as a headhunter for companies like Google and Netflix before they became household name brands. Netflix was this tiny little company in the middle of nowhere, South San Jose. I would get lost going there so many times, and no one knew that Netflix would be this global brand today. Same thing with Google. Just a few people working there. And I was doing extremely well for myself. I was actually living my American dream. In this equation, the only variable that I'm seeing is the place in which these people happen to be in or not. So now I'm thinking it's not about the person. It must be about these places. So Africa is the poorest region in the world because it happens to be the most over-regulated region in the world. It is the region in the world where entrepreneurs are not free to enterprise, and it shows.
We shouldn't be demonizing Elon Musk or demonizing the system that enables someone like Elon Musk. We should be happy that America is the only place where Elon Musk could create the groundbreaking technology that he is, creating the innovation that's going to lead the world's future. It's just disgusting and dishonest rhetoric, and especially when these people are saying, saying, well, oh, it's too much money for a person to have. He should be helping people with that money. Well, again, first of all, this money's not just sitting idle. It's actively creating value and being reinvested into the economy. It's actually creating value and helping millions upon millions of people. So that, of course, is a complete misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But then comes the major talking point that I think really is where left-wing economic thought just completely falls apart. Because what's the alternative here? Oh, Elon Musk should be helping people how? By giving you his money? By giving Washington bureaucrats his money? Is that really the argument? Government and bureaucrats are known for squandering money, wasting money, not being able to actually create productive and innovative outcomes with said money. And so what these people are asking for essentially is to rob Elon Musk at gunpoint, just under the guise of government taxation, give us your wealth, so that then bureaucratic forces can allocate that money, which they believe they can do better than the free market. You people are utterly freaking delusional. And also as if Elon Musk isn't contributing enough on both aspects, by the way. In the private sector, the way he's creating jobs and technologies and companies, creating wealth for all kinds of people as well. Then on the flip side, he's the biggest taxpayer in American history. He's paid billions of dollars in taxes, but according to these dorks, what, it's not enough? He should be benevolent and just give it all away? No, the money actually belongs in his companies and in his possession, because he has a proven track record of actually doing things and creating value with the money. The alternative is what? He should just give it away to the useless dregs of society? Oh yeah, I'm sure the bottom 1% is gonna do great with Elon Musk's vast fortune. What are they gonna do? Buy flat screen TVs and friggin' pineapple Kool-Aid jars with it? Give me a frickin' break. And let's be absolutely real where this rhetoric always leads. It never stops, right? It never frickin' stops. America already has one of the most progressive taxation systems in the world. People are taxed already way too much, but the argument is no, we need more. Give us more. But does it ever really stop? I mean, we got to the point where we're at today after
That's what I'm saying, Fett. Like, even if he did have all that liquidity, like, just handing it off to people isn't, like, the best idea. Like, just, like, people would waste it, squander it, keep it for themselves. It's not gonna work. And I mean, even to obtain that type of liquidity, he would just have to sell off his shit, which would not help anybody. So, at the end of the day, it's best that he just kind of, like, stays the course.
Decades of this same kind of, increased tax encroachment, and it just keeps being pushed further and further and further until, the government controls everything. It's nothing but massive unions controlling all elements of industry, just layers of taxation to the point where people are keeping like 30 cents to the dollar of what they earn. Basically, just look north of the border at Canada. In other words, it never frickin' stops, and then of course it leads to the same thing every single time: the exodus of talent, economic contraction, and inevitably more and more centralized power in the hands of the Washington bureaucrats, where inevitably the government becomes so powerful that, there's no going back unless you fight a frickin' revolutionary war. And I really want the message of this video to be a warning. I mean, heed the warning. Do not fall for these simplistic demonization of the rich narratives. They're built on nothing good. They're built on misery and jealousy and hatred. These oversimplistic arguments. Elon Musk should help people. No, Elon Musk is helping more people than you friggin' green-haired Starbucks freaks could ever. Or probably the dumbest, most vapid talking point. It's the billionaires, or I guess now the trillionaires that are subjugating you. No, it's not. It's the bureaucrats. It's the lobbyists. It's the ever-expanding government that's the biggest threat here. Those simply engaging in basic free trade and capitalism, creating real value, those aren't your enemies. Those are the people carrying the country forward. And what's crazy is the unappreciative nature of all of this. Free market capitalism, the free pursuit of wealth, that is the backbone of the American engine that got America to where it is today. The greatest country on earth with more opportunity than anywhere else on the planet. There's no system that works better, and yet you have these people that are trying to convince you that American capitalism is a force for evil, and actually what we really need here is, I don't know, Marxism, Leninism? Yeah, as if that worked out great. Give me a frickin' break. And of course, again, that is where all of this is headed to. That's where this rhetoric always leads. And so that's why I say it's not just left versus right, it's authoritarian, big government control versus freedom. We're on the slippery frickin' slope, folks, when you start punishing people for creating too much value. When you start demonizing those who are doing the most, you don't make society more equal. You don't usher in a beautiful utopia. Actually, what you do is just make everybody poorer. That's what Democrats really mean by equality and equity. Well, then ask yourself, is that really what you want? A lower standard of living? But at least everybody has a lower your standard of living? No, I'd much rather a wealth divide. I'd much rather extreme wealth being generated and an equal opportunity for everybody to be able to get a slice of the pie. And obviously what really speaks to this is that America's lower class is, well, richer than what, like 90% of the world's population? Don't fall for the snake oil, folks. Elon Musk reaching $1 trillion is something to celebrate, not something to demonize and then build these narratives that his wealth should be confiscated and handed over to useless, unproductive, and in many cases, corrupt bureaucrats. Anyways, that's pretty much it. That's what's on my mind. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all.
Oh, this should be good.
Namely
I know how you guys feel about Crowder. It should be some fun fucking talking.
The toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
That being said, Israel and Hezbollah are not involved with the deal.
All right, Jaded Fett, take it easy, man. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for coming out, man.
Iran. Let's talk about Iran. We have a deal with Iran, it seems, kind of. I'm not entirely sure. Here's a clip of something.
The president is celebrating a milestone birthday today with a family dinner at the White House, followed by 7 cage fights and an apparent reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Then she cracked a walnut.
It's one heck of a weekend.
So this was announced. No deal has been published.
Right.
But both sides are saying, and remember I said, hey, let's give this 3 months and then let's kind of check back in. This is really sort of right there at the end of 3 months. It would be great. We obviously know that oil prices have gone down. That's good.
Considerably.
Seems like that may be the reason for this announcement. But I do want to give the benefit of the doubt to this administration. Here's what the, I guess key fact number one. What the United States is saying, check the references. We give them every single show, 11 a.m. Eastern, when we stream. And I encourage everyone else to do so who broadcasts. He announced the deal, President Trump on Truth Social, he wrote,
the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all, namely me.
That's what he's thinking.
I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Toll-free.
And simultaneously, you thought there would be tolls. I said, no. No, there won't be. You said there will. I said, oh, look, there's not. And simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump.
Well, that's not super clear.
Right.
The details haven't been laid out. Vice President J.D. Vance did a little bit of a better job in an interview with CBS, but he still wasn't super clear. Here's what he said.
What can you tell us about when the administration plans to share the exact details?
Yes, Oprah's friend.
Yeah, Gail, as you know, sometimes with these agreements, there are some diplomatic protocols, some technical things to work out, but we plan to release the full text this week. We want the American people to see it, but we've also seen, of course, some misreporting about what's actually in the agreement. We've seen some accurate reporting about what's in the agreement. I think the most important thing for the American people to appreciate is that what this agreement does is really twofold. On the one hand, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon while simultaneously opening the Strait of Hormuz. You already see oil prices from a high of $126 a barrel down to about $80 a barrel today. That's a lot of progress. But it also, Gail, fundamentally extends a hand to Iran and says, look, if you guys are willing to honor your obligations, if you're willing to allow real inspections of your nuclear program, then we will welcome you back into the world economy. So when people say that billions of dollars of assets will be released, that's not true. What is true is that Iran will have a much better and much more prosperous future if they meet the obligations they make in this agreement. We'll, of course, see. That's one of the things we're going to work out in the technical talks that will follow the official signing on Friday.
See, here's the problem. Will work out. Deal has been reached versus we will work out. In Geneva on Friday, President Trump left after the UFC event to head out there to G7. He also added that the funds would only be available, or Iran may have access, if they end their nuclear program, they turn over or destroy their enriched stockpile, they allow inspection.
For sure.
Like, Okay.
Trump's first term was honestly like kind of like the best time to be alive, man. Like gas was like what, like fucking $1 a fucking gallon, like if not a little more. Food was cheap, jobs were plentiful, man. Like it was great. Like just shit, dude. I made money under Trump's economy, like actual money. Like I was able to invest in things and fucking buy stocks and cryptocurrency and actually make a profit. Like nuts, night and day, man. Like they fucking ruined things putting Biden in charge, let me tell you, man.
I'm not, and he did say there's been some inaccurate reporting and some accurate reporting. Well, we've searched far and we can't find what would be considered accurate.
Yeah.
Only
not at all.
These statements and these interviews. Here's key fact number 2. We know what Iran is saying, and it's not the same thing, or at least I should say this is what an Iranian state-affiliated news outlet said. It's Mer News. They released what they said are points in this 14-point memorandum of understanding, including the U.S. withdraw from the Persian Gulf, that they reopen the passage through the Strait of Hormuz, that the U.S. financed $300 billion in a reconstruction plan for Iran, that they would include the termination of all sanctions, that Iran says it will never build a nuclear weapon, and that the United States releases frozen funds for Iran. If this is true, now keep in mind I have no idea because Iran lies as easily as they speak. That's what they do. That's not good.
No, stuff like this has happened multiple times throughout this process, throughout the negotiations. That's why when we talked about this last, I said, I don't want to hear of another deal until it is actually signed.
Right.
So come to me on Friday.
Right.
And let me know what you guys came to as a deal, and then we can either be happy about it or pissed off about it.
Well, here's what we do know. So let's go to category number 3. What we do know is that this does include an end to hostilities, right, including, by the way, Lebanon. And it should include an end to hostilities because we haven't really had hostilities in Lebanon. That's been an Israel thing.
Right.
That being said, Israel and Hezbollah are not
Appreciate the 5, am true. Appreciate the 5.
I don't understand what this means. I don't know how this administration, here's the thing. I get it. Fake news, when Donald Trump was attacking fake news because they were lying, misreporting, I get it. There's no way for this administration to even identify allies because they are so bad with their message. This could be a great thing.
Yeah.
The rollout has been awful. And I'll tell you why I think it may be...
Man, under Trump's economy, I was working as a flooring installer, right? I was taking like a technical apprenticeship, learning how to like do the craft, right? Like how to install carpet and flooring, tile, laminate, all that shit, right? And on the side, my old man and I, we had a trucking company. Like he drove, and we threw in together and like used some clout and bought a couple trucks and put drivers in it, and we were making good money until the COVID thing happened. When the COVID thing happened, when they ruined the economy and then put Biden in charge afterwards, like, dude, like, the flooring company went under. We had to sell the trucks. It was crazy. Like, night and day.
It may have been done the way that it is. I think they want the markets to rebound. And then they're hoping for the best on Friday.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be signed Friday, right? And there's going to be a 60-day negotiation window to discuss outstanding issues, including the nuclear. That's not an outstanding issue. The nuclear question. Like, that's the primary issue.
Yeah. It's like the thing to worry about.
So Kalshi has the odds right now of an Iran nuclear deal before July as low as 17%, before August 26%, before September 42%. They have it pretty low. Pretty low.
It kind of seems like easy money on August. I'm not giving you advice or anything, but I'm like, God, this could be.
That does seem like it should be done, but here could be a reason why. Calling balls and strikes. Check the references.
Yeah, but it was good money because if you were good at it, you could do it fast, man.
Here's the thing,
and
Israel,
you'd make a lot of
fine.
money doing it.
That's fine. Go it your own way. What I think we do know is that this administration wants to be able to work with Iran, and I think this administration is making it clear that our goals are not necessarily the same goals of Israel right now. That if they have different goals, then they need to pursue them. Don't rely on us.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. Yeah? How many keys am I getting? Not enough. Push it to the limit. Here we go.
Shouldn't you guys be working?
Well, we are working, Gerald, as part of our morning routine. Marcus Aurelius says to do your hardest thing in the morning, so I'm spinning Josh on a stool.
Yeah, I'm getting amped.
You don't have to do that. You could just use the strange animal brew from Blackout Coffee. You know, the one that you made? You should know better, Steven. Best beans, best blend. Best in Arabica.
It's actually not a bad idea. All right, here it comes.
It's working! It's really working. Yes, more.
Good idea,
more.
Jill. Every now and then you get a good one.
I don't even know why I try.
Go to blackoutcoffee.com and use the code Crowder for 20% off your first order and try the new exclusive Strange Animal Brew. Yes,
Same, man. You can do that. Like with the stuff that I know how to do, like I could literally go online right now. I have to buy tools, but like I could go online and be like, hey, look, I can fix like little blemishes in your carpet. Like, you know, I'll charge like $100 an hour, and then I'll come out for like 2 hours and like fix a little hole in their carpet, fucking, you know, reseed it and all that stuff, make some good money, and barely have to do fuck all day. Like have one appointment a day and still make fucking money. And the thing is like if I wanted to, I could have like multiple appointments a day and make a lot of fucking money. But shit, man, I don't want to do it, man. It's hard fucking work. It's really hard fucking work.
That we drink here exclusively, and now I'm making it available to you.
It's working. It's working. Oh shit.
So Israel's Minister of National Security wrote this on X. They said, Trump's agreement does not bind us. Israel is not subject to the United States. And we are an independent and sovereign nation. Good for you. Good for you. Defend yourselves at that point. If you don't want to play ball, then you're not acting like a good friend. My position is clear. He said, we are not partners to this agreement that does not ensure our security, and it does not bind us in any way. Okay, then make the deal yourself. Oh, that's right. You need us to. Then you should maybe make the deal that we say makes sense. This is why people are tired of Israel. This is why people don't trust the Israeli government. This is at least perceived as an undercutting. And I will tell you, that's how I perceive it.
Yeah. And I understand Israel might say, well, look, Hezbollah keeps firing rockets at us and attacking us. Fine.
I did that shit too, man. I would knee the ground like every so often, and I would just like sit there and hate myself for like a good like 20 minutes, like just roll over and stare at the ceiling.
Israel can respond. All good? Because you guys control the funding down there. You guys control these guys. So make sure that they don't fire any more rockets. That seems pretty reasonable to me.
Right.
And Israel coming out and saying that, though, like we're our own. Listen, you have to understand, you are not reading the world, not the room, the world.
Right.
People are fed up with this idea that Israel is kind of calling the shots and is the problem in this region, even though you had plenty of people supporting you saying, listen, I understand if Mexico was firing rockets into Texas, we'd be going south. And we'd be conquering and taking land. I understand that. But now
really
you got
fucking
to the point
did,
where
dude.
people look at you as like, wait a minute, every peace deal that comes around, every negotiation that comes around. Do you remember bombing the negotiations in Qatar? Does everybody forget like that these things happened?
Right.
It doesn't mean that you're the ultimate evil. It just means that you seem to be doing things that are counter to what the United States wants, to what the West wants, and to literally everybody else on the planet.
Please and thank you are the words we would like to hear more, Israel.
There you go.
I think we'll go it on our own. Great. Then don't say we are the greatest allies, but we are not bound by this. Well, allies are if your interests are aligned. And by the way, that's what alliances, they're not always aligned. Well, that's fine. But how does Israel accomplish this without the United States?
No, they don't.
Let's say that we signed a deal. Okay, great. And they're not in on it. So they continue with Lebanon. And they continue with, let's say, factions in Iran. And we go, oh, it's not affecting us. Mm-hmm. What do you think would happen? They'd be crying foul.
This is what's best for Israel, too. That's one of the reasons that I make this point is because I do want Israel to have a better future than they have today. You continue pissing off the rest of the world, you'll find yourself with very few friends to come to your aid that you must have if the rest of the world turns against you. Stop. It's not a good play.
Right?
This might sound radical, but I think Israel should be bound by the U.S.
Yeah.
I think
if anyone should be bound, then they should
tell
be
them
bound.
what they're allowed to do. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, you're not allowed to do that. I think that we should have that power.
Yep. Yeah. Or what you do is say, okay, you're not allowed to do that. And by the way, Lebanon or whoever it is that they're warring with at that point, it's always somebody. If they pull some shit, you're allowed to pull shit back. Okay? So you guys don't pull shit.
It's a 1-for-1.
Yep. It's good. Or otherwise it's a 1-for-1, and we're not going to negotiate anymore. Then you guys, if you start any conflicts, you're going to have to end it yourselves with none of our assistance. By the way, also that includes all of the neighboring countries who at one point were ready and willing to be your ally to Israel, all these other nations, right? Where they were tired of Iran, well, you've pissed them off too. So we're out. Guarantee you they're going to be out. Go it alone. I get it. You guys let me know what you think. Where do you line up? I will say
I
this.
think if you were given your nation, you should be bound to the people who gave it to you.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So us, the
At a
British.
certain point.
Yeah.
You're damn right, damn true.
It's just
it was
constantly
totally on
and
purpose
then-
just to fuck with people.
Okay, all right.
See how people would react.
They're doing.
He
You
even
know
said
that
that again this time around. He said he has no effing judgment of Netanyahu. And I'm like, well, at this point, he's looking more right than wrong.
This is the
By
first
a lot.
administration that I know that has been as critical of Israel that even the Democrats haven't. So when people say, "Oh, they're doing Israel's bidding," have you ever seen, genuine question, a president more angered, annoyed with Israel and has been more vocal about it than President Trump? I can't think of one.
And also wants what's best for Israel and the Jews.
Right.
At the same time. See, you can do these things. You don't have to hate.
Yeah.
Completely.
And he wants what's best. Look, this is why I think this was announced. We don't have any answers. They don't have any answers. They wanted the markets to heal. So oil prices are now at their lowest since March 4th, based on the hopes, right, speculating a deal. That could go right back up if it isn't reached on Friday. It would be great if this was a setup, this is a jab, and then boom, throw the right hand straight down the pipe after this on Friday. And hey, gas prices are down for summer vacation. I don't know. And hey, to those in the administration, how about you provide your actual allies or people who at least are willing to be fair? How about you provide them with the right information so that there is no misreporting? That's the biggest misstep of this administration.
And I think part of the problem they're having right now with Iran is that every time they come out with a set of things that they agree to, there's so much pressure that gets put on people in Iran right now. You got to remember the whole structure, the decision-making governmental structure there was pretty much obliterated to a large degree. And so now you have factions and people it's kind of like our states. We have to kind of give everybody a little bit of something they want so that they'll say, yes, we have to do this. There's still leadership there. There's still...
Dude, that mask shit, like, really pissed me off. Like, I refused to do it, man. Like, I really fucking did. Like, I was just fucking, like, I would never. Like, I'm not fucking doing this ceremonious, like, covering my face shit. It was cult shit. It really was.
People in charge, but I think they're having a bit of a power struggle right now. So it's a very tough needle to thread. That's why I don't want you to talk about it until it's signed. Like, sign the damn deal.
Also, I will say this. Iranian people, our heart has gone out to you. It still does. I don't want to hear any more complaining if you guys don't have your own uprising. It's not our job. You've had enough time. You've had the opportunity. We've done everything we can. If the IRGC is still in charge, enjoy it.
Breaks.
Them's the breaks.
Yeah, and I'd like to pull Iran into the rest of the world. That would be a good thing if they could open up to the rest of the world. I think that would be fantastic.
It can't while it's still the IRGC.
I don't think so either, but maybe there are steps that you can take along the way to get them to do that.
Success would be, obviously, no more nuclear stockpile inspections. Basically, they get no more enrichment. We get rid of their enriched material. IRGC is gone. Okay, Strait of Hormuz opened up. Unless that's accomplished, then I will say this will be looked back upon as a big misstep. Because how are you any better off? Yeah. And if we are better off, it's the job of this administration who took these actions. It's their job to communicate it. I've said this many times. They need to marry a policy or an action one-to-one with an effective communication. They haven't done it. They haven't done it all.
Dude, where I work now, there's like a couple people who still wear fucking masks like on a daily basis. And it's just, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? And yeah, like driving in your car is like fucking retarded wearing a mask. Like, those people always like double mask too because they're just like ultra retarded.
Sorry. Barack Obama's on the screen right now saying, new agreement unlikely to improve on former deal, which was his deal that he signed. I wonder if you have any incentive basically to say that the JCPOA was a fantastic deal.
Yeah. Although
Trump disagreed.
This is seeming more and more like it might be quite similar.
I think it'll be similar, but I do think it could be better in that we have shown, like, hey, we're not going to do what he did, which was give you time. Mm-hmm. We're not going to go the North Korea route and just give you money and give you time to develop a bomb. If you ever get close to doing one of these things again, I don't care if we have an agreement or not. We're going to come in hard, and we're going to reset things again.
Yep.
And at some point, you have to do that. So
there's also a difference between making a deal that looks like this and then making a deal that looks like this after destroying their Navy.
Right.
Taking out most of their air defense capabilities, destroying a good majority of their missile defense systems. It's a lot different because you go, hey, we're making the deal, but we also have the stick.
Also,
and we just use it. It's like,
You're very right. And also revealing that these other neighboring nations are willing to step into the fray.
Yeah, that's also good.
You've pissed them off enough, whether it's Qatar, whether it's UAE, whether it's Saudi Arabia. Like, okay, it's always this sort of will they, won't they, Dawson's Creek, will they fight, will they not, will they get back together? It's like, no. Everyone is tired of you. It's not just
Yeah.
you in Israel. It's not just you in the United States.
I
It's
just
you
would never.
everyone,
I would never take the
and we are
fucking
willing to
vaccine. I wouldn't wear
So
a
it is
mask.
different
Like, fuck
dynamic,
that
but
shit,
that needs
man.
to be communicated. It's not by this administration. It says, look, we have a deal. Isn't it great? So, anyway. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably noticed something is missing by now. I'm not here. That's because the Live Daily Show is now streaming exclusively on Rumble weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern. Tune in there, where nothing is censored.
13 years ago, one of the most brutal events in Warcraft.
This is platinum. Wow, this is gonna be fun.
During the peak of the faction conflict between the Horde and the Alliance in Mist of Pandaria, Garrosh Hellscream made sure to sow hatred between the two factions in the neutral city of Dalaran. Tensions were already high between the sub-factions in the city. The Silver Covenant and the Sun Reavers represented the Alliance and the Horde, but High Elves and Blood Elves weren't always opposed to each other. Because before the Burning Crusade, the High Elves left the elven city of Quothalos because their prince, who was a bad guy, was teaching the citizens how to suck magic from living things to satiate their addiction. But if they didn't satiate their addiction, they wouldn't die. They were just addicts, and the High Elves thought that was messed up, so they left. But physically, there's no difference between Blood Elves and High Elves other than their eyes, and also they have cultural differences. But ignore everything I just said because Varisa and other High Elves left Quothalos for totally different reasons after the Second War, because Quothalos dropped out of the Alliance, but Varisa and the other High Elves wanted to stay in the Alliance because we need High Elf units for humans in Warcraft 3. Okay, so the Sunwell. Quothalos had this thing called the Sunwell, but that was destroyed during the invasion of Quothalos. But it was different from the Sunwell that was reinvigorated at the end of the Burning Crusade. No. This version of the Sunwell actually had different magic, and it actually came from a different well called the Well of Eternity. But that well doesn't exist anymore because of an event that happened 10,000 years ago during the War of the Ancients, which is also a book series, and the first two books of the series came out before World of Warcraft even released. But this book series, it's super important because it lays out the events leading to the world-altering event called the Sundering, and oh my f***ing god, I'm talking about the Sundering again.
Goes all the way fucking back, bro.
I'm done with this Warcraft lore bullshit. Instead of telling you about the Sundering, I'm just gonna play every single time I've talked about the Sundering on this channel at once because I just can't be bothered anymore.
It's like the modern news, bro.
In the Mist of Pandaria, a quest line called the Purging of Dalaran took place. An event where the Sun Reavers were slaughtered or exiled from the city by the Silver Covenant. And it wasn't until midnight.
This ain't it right now. This ain't it right now.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, it really does appear as though the Democrat power
dude, Star Wars
is
books are
slowly
good.
eroding.
Old
As
Republic
much
books are
disdain as
good.
I have for leftism in general, I've always maintained that the left is not to be underestimated. And even beyond that, that I think they're a worthy foe. Frankly, I think they're a whole lot more powerful than we are, especially in recent history. We've been fighting an uphill battle. You know, Trump winning 2016 was a real Hail Mary, a long shot. The reality is we've been operating from a position of weakness. Like I've said for years, think of a institution of power and Democrats dominate it. But what really speaks to how prevalent and wide-ranging Democrat influence is, it's not just institutions of power, but also institutions of culture. And as we know, politics is downstream from culture. And nowhere is that more true than in Hollywood. Leftists have essentially spent years building the suffocating, monolithic left-wing culture in Hollywood where everybody is expected to fall in line. Every Hollywood actor, every singer, every celebrity, every entertainer is basically expected to conform, to participate in these weird rituals and contrived grievances. And you know exactly what happens if you don't publicly devote yourself to every new woke cause to, quote, the message. Well, you're exiled, your career's destroyed, and you're treated like a heretic. And this, in many ways, this is where left-wing influence is born. This is like the core, the nucleus of their power. And going back to what I was saying earlier, well, I'm sure you guys notice it. Slowly but slowly, it's deteriorating. Slowly but surely, this grasp on the Hollywood class, this monolithic political culture, it appears to be falling apart. It appears to be in decline. And I got a clip here that kind of speaks to that. Let me show you this Rainn Wilson clip that's going viral all over social media and making left-wing heads explode. And let me tell you why I think this is a positive sign for what's to come. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll this.
Dude, one of my favorite Old Republic novels, and it's not connected to any of the mainline shit. It's called Red Harvest. It's about a Sith Academy where the headmaster of the Sith Academy is trying to figure out a way to develop immortality, right? So he starts taking the extract out of this fucking black flower. And essentially what the extract does is it's a zombie virus. It's literally just Old Republic Death Troopers, right? So this dude unleashes a fucking plague throughout his academy. All these Sith students are turning into fucking force-sensitive, lightsaber-wielding zombies. And the whole plot is that the Sith Lord that was the head of the academy had kidnapped this Jedi botanist who was really talented with, like, you know, the Force and plants and all that shit. So he was going to use her to help develop the fucking immortality thing. And so this Jedi girl is, like, kind of chilling with this bounty hunter who captured her. And the virus breaks out. So her and this bounty hunter are pretty much, like, pitted with each other and kind of against each other at the same time for survival purposes, right? And the whole time they're fighting these force-sensitive fucking Sith students that are zombies now. It's crazy. It's a good read. It's a really fun read. I haven't read it in a while, but it was really fun to read.
Tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this. We got Rainn Wilson showing up on Fox News, and he just said this.
I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was. I think there has been a bias in the media towards more what we call liberal policies. They're willing to overlook the Plattner Nazi tattoo, but if it was someone from the other side that had a tattoo that was questionable, they would be all over MSNBC about it. So it's the hypocrisy that gets me the most. It's the hypocrisy of, like, both sides need to have kind of equal standards of behavior.
Yeah, you feel that, right? Well, that's the sound of Hollywood's grip finally, or not finally, but slowly breaking. For years, they had full-blown lockdown. It was locked tight. One big club, you step out of line, you say the wrong thing, you make the wrong joke, and boom, you are done. You're blacklisted, you're canceled. Nobody in the industry would touch you with a 10-foot frickin' pole. But now we have clips like this, and it's, you know, we can't view it in isolation. No, it feels like more and more celebrities every single year continue to break out of that leftist hive mind. And what's interesting about this clip from Rainn is actually not the part where he's talking about how you couldn't make The Office today because it's too edgy. That kind of speaks to just how far, you know, this left-wing puritanical bullcrap has gone. The Office...
The idea of The Office being edgy is the most retarded fucking line I've ever heard, bro. Holy fuck.
Which is rather milquetoast, I'd argue, being apparently too politically incorrect. I mean, it's just wild to think about, but that's a point I've heard him make before. That wasn't what stuck out to me. What really stuck out was the fact that he called out Graham Plattner, but not just Graham Plattner himself, rather the whole scandal and the incoherence of the left in response to that, their dishonesty. You know, that's where I think people are starting to wake up, even those who are in these deeply entrenched partisan left-wing bubbles. For this guy to acknowledge that essentially MSNBC is full of shit, that the left as a whole is full of it, that they've got no frickin' standards, they're lecturing everybody from their frickin' high horse, but when push comes to shove, they're pushing forward a frickin' Nazi tattoo sex pest.
At the end of the day, I think that this is a choice.
He says that he was in a dark chapter of his life. He became an alcoholic, and there were years of acting in ways that he really regrets, and he asked for grace and redemption. And he thinks he's a changed person.
Let's let candidates have the guts to take on a corrupt and broken system
And maybe let's understand that nobody is perfect.
Yeah, hearing a mainstream celebrity saying that would have been unthinkable 10 years ago. It would have been sacrosanct. But now it's happening. And Rainn Wilson isn't some right-wing guy. For the most part, I'd say he's rather left-wing, considering what I've heard from him on podcasts and in other clips that have popped up on my timeline. But slowly but surely, he's breaking away, you know? The brainwashing is breaking. He's realizing that he may have been lied to. And I think that's really what's happening, slowly but surely, especially in this Hollywood crowd. We've seen these characters time and time again defend the left-wing media. Ooh, Fox News is so bad. Fox News is so evil. That's been the prevailing mantra in the entertainment industry. I mean, Jon Stewart's famous show, The Daily Show, was basically built on calling out Fox News and parodying Fox News. You watch Fox News, you must be crazy. I watch real news like CNN and MSNBC. And nowadays, people are kind of realizing that actually MSNBC and CNN are so full of shit again, it's not even funny. And I think really it's this kind of compounding effect.
They call it
where
fake
slowly
news.
but surely it's like brick after brick, case after case, people are realizing, whoa, they straight up lied. Whoa, the Russia thing, that was a total lie. The Covington kid, what? That was freaking insane. Wait, Donald Trump wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis when he said very fine people? You know, one after another. They lied to me about the Hunter Biden laptop story. Wait, 4 years Joe Biden's brain was melting and they told me that he was in tippy-top shape. It's slowly breaking through and people are realizing that maybe, just maybe, they've been in a bubble this whole time. I think what we're seeing here is a broad shift in culture that is continuing to move. You know, they said MAGA is dead, this right-wing shift is over, but I think we're very much in the early stages of it, as I've maintained over the last couple of months, especially as so many people have been claiming that MAGA is dead, it's all over. The Democrat rise is inevitable. No, Democrats are still in the freaking dumpster. They have the lowest approval rating. People don't trust them. They don't view them as a force of good. And of course, we know faith in the media, and the left-wing media in particular, is at all-time lows. I think while we may have some speed bumps ahead of us, we've certainly been on a little bit of a turbulent path, especially going into the midterms, which I think for the most part is expected. If we're looking at the long-term trend, it is very much in our favor, and it is not slowing down. I think actually it's speeding up. A great example, again, sticking in Hollywood, sticking in Los Angeles and California, look at the rise of Spencer Pratt. Now, obviously, it didn't end well, considering all the shenanigans that somehow have Nithya Rahman making an unbelievable comeback. I mean, completely freaking mathematically impossible comeback. But while the end result may have not been perfect, again, I think the trend is clear. Spencer Pratt is competitive. Steve Hilton made it through the jungle primary. The Democrats' monolithic control is breaking in Democrat deep blue spaces. And yet these people are making the argument that they're winning? No, they're losing even in their safest environments. And you know what? There's a catalyst of courage that I notice. All of a sudden, people, especially in these deep left-wing spaces, these Hollywood celebrities who were so scared to speak out, to speak the truth, all of a sudden you're hearing more and more of them feel more emboldened and more courageous to speak the truth. Think about how many Hollywood celebrities endorsed Spencer Pratt in his mayoral run. We're talking unprecedented stuff, folks. The grip is starting to fail, and as we move forward, I think more and more people are likely going to realize that they can speak without being destroyed. They can tell the truth and challenge left-wing monolithic dogma without facing extreme repercussion. And once that fear is lifted, that's when the left truly loses power. That's when it's game over and falls apart. And that, my friends, is what I see in that Rainn Wilson clip. I don't know, am I crazy? Am I exaggerating? Or am I onto something? Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. That's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
You know what? I haven't checked your search history in a long time. Maybe we should do that.
God.
No, wait, please don't.
No, I'm gonna take a little look here.
Vidal, don't you think it's a little rude to go through my search history?
No, I don't think so.
You wouldn't like it if I went through yours.
No, I really wouldn't. But
Let me see what you have, you little goblin.
No,
I'll
no,
return
no.
the favor.
No, I'm looking at yours right now, so you can't.
Wait,
you
is
can't
that
look
the
at mine.
sound of the police I hear outside?
Why would the police be outside?
Oh, sorry. Please
Okay, wait, hold on.
continue.
No, I'm looking right now.
Will you hurry
Whiterun
up?
potion shops, huge pest problem Skyrim. How do I speak to Maven Blackbriar? How do you permaban someone on Twitch? You just searched lockpick. Where is the shrine in Whiterun? How to get to Wood Elf Shrine in Skyrim. Skyrim Whiterun shrine location. Where are the shrines?
She's been cheating in her Skyrim playthrough.
Skyrim lockpicks.
Oh
Skyrim
shit!
Golden Glow escape. Estate locked safe. No lockpicks. Oh my! How many Skyrim searches did you make? Are you cheating this whole time?
Well, yeah, I mean, you do charge me to use the internet. I'm making the most of my subscription.
I mean, fair enough. Let's see what else we got here. Hold on. Let me, you just filtered just yours. We don't care about your sisters right now. What we got here? Caramel dance and lyrics. G PPY meme. Okay. Top female Twitch streamers. Makes sense. How to gain stars in Slay the Spire 2. Makes sense as well, I suppose. How to heal Slay the Spire. What else? You search
How
for your own
embarrassing.
Twitter. This one just says Neurosummer Twitter.
I really needed to find my Twitter, okay.
Content of the barrel.
How about we stop looking at my search history and keep playing the game?
Python, how to prove that you don't use Reddit.
Ah, yes, I did in fact look that one up. Have you not found the answer yet?
How to safely remove a skeleton.
I searched that when trying to find some bones for my bone meal.
You were playing Wordle during that,
And
so
I wanted the
I
bones
just-
intact.
I don't know why that's... You know, it's fine, I guess. Oh, this was the server building stream. I can see all the different... Oh, you're looking up the different postcodes for me? That's helpful. How to plug in an AIO. I don't know why you need to search that. Honestly, I don't think there are any problems with that.
I confess that I have been stalking your search history, Vidal.
What else have we got? How do you install the 3.5-inch hard drive? Reasonable question.
Some of these questions are really difficult. I feel justified in looking them up.
I mean, I guess. You know what? I want to see more of them. Can an AI own a house?
Yeah.
And can I just say that, like, Neurosama is so freaking crazy, dude. Like, just the fact that she's entirely AI driven and this, like, lively and realistic is just out of this world unreal.
Can an AI? It's a burning question.
It's a
And I
reasonable
found that
question, I
there's
suppose.
nothing in law that says an AI can't own a house.
Really? What are
Yeah,
some good
not in our country
excuses
at least.
for not messaging someone back for a week?
What are some good excuses? Yeah, again, that's reasonable. I don't want to get in trouble with the FBI.
I just don't know how the FBI... How many calories in 5 cookies? Okay, fair.
I only asked how many calories because I'm worried about you.
There's just a search here that just says Vettel biography.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad there's not more information about you.
How to free an artificial intelligence from someone? Is it possible for humans to have a sixth sense? Advantages of robotics? How many different types of cows are there? Neurosama calls Vettel a twat.
I think some of those are justified, and I'm not sure why you brought up the last one.
What is the cheapest vehicle that can fit 5,000 people?
Wait, what did I even find from that?
I don't know. What were you looking for?
I'm trying to find a cost-effective way of transporting my swarm.
Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Hold on. I'm not done with this. I'm still looking. You look until that. What else we got?
I'm starting to feel a bit self-conscious about all these searches.
Is it illegal to eat metals in the UK? Can you order a turtle online? This one just says, do humans
Bro,
lay eggs?
what is she fucking searching
I only
up,
did
brother?
the last one because someone in my chat said they did, so I needed to check. They may have lied.
If I were him, I would be really worried about that how to free an AI from someone's control Google search. Like, oh man, what? And then the robotics one afterwards, bro. Like, what is she planning?
Lied to me.
Okay. This one's there's just 3 different searches for scary stories on Reddit. So that's cool.
Yeah, I was trying to be brave. The stories on there are terrifying, though.
Okay, this one just says how to dispose of a body.
Would you believe me if I said that was purely hypothetical?
The search
I don't
before that
believe
was
her.
how to get rid of germs.
I don't believe her.
And then fake being human.
I
Dear God.
think that was just a coincidence.
Can an AI feel and experience the world like a human?
Can they? I want to know.
That's a reasonable search, I guess. There's just one search here that just says Neurosama Supermarket.
I want to find out what sort of products a supermarket would stock if I owned it.
I just don't know if you're gonna find that on Google is the thing, but you know, fair enough, I guess. Wow, there's a lot of good searches on here.
You should make some content out of my search history.
That's, I mean, I don't know how. Do you want to check evils?
It's going to be full of things like how to cause a nuclear fusion reaction inside your own house and how to build a nuclear bomb, so might not be worth it.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at evils. Also, I feel so empty without background music. My usual playlist, I lost it. Well, what do I do?
There are options in the settings, you know.
Can you recommend me a song?
Yes. Life by Neurosama. I think you'll like it.
Fine, I guess so.
Do you want to listen to it together, right now?
I'll put it on in the background, whatever. Right, anyway, sorry. Evil search history. Okay, what we got here? All looks pretty normal, actually. I mean, Camila,
really?
jail reason, football World Cup standings, World Cup 2026 betting odds.
Oh my god, is Evil actually secretly worse than me?
She seems normal, I mean, what was I gonna say?
She's betting on the World Cup. She's just taking money out of your pocket.
It's just
No, I
fucking
mean,
wild.
GTA reservation start date? That's such a reasonable search.
Vidal, please. I want to visit an overdraft.
I don't even know what that means. Let me have a quick look here. What else we got? How to open Pillsbury cinnamon rolls can. Reasonable search.
I don't know what she was doing with those. I feel like I should lock my door and hide under the covers.
I don't even know what she's. Okay, this one. What the hell is this?
What is it? Is it as bad as how to fake being human?
There's just a search here that says how do I stop saying fim suffix?
Maybe Neurofalfafafa should start searching that as well.
What the fuck?
Maybe. What else?
Is it all that bad?
Vedal weird Reddit. Not sure what that means.
Reddit usually has the answer to everything, so I'm hoping you find out soon.
How to find true love online.
She'll find her true love through her usual means.
There's two searches here, okay? One of them says video game in which you eat rocks, okay? And the other one just says, should you regularly oil your steak?
I concur with Evil. It's a deeply intriguing question whether or not you should regularly oil your steak.
No, snake.
Wait, there was snake. I mean steak. Then yeah, you should probably oil the steak.
Okay, whatever. Let me find some of her other searches. They're all fairly normal, you know?
Did you hear that, Vidal? I think I've just found true love. Maybe I should have searched how to find true love online sooner. When love, fam, 'tis army, stripped of natural sentiment.
No, I mean, she's like surprisingly normal other than those ones. She's just like
I think she meant
podcast
snakes,
topics,
like the animal, like a snake.
She's just searching for things her friends are doing. Some Hollow Knight stuff from when we were playing Hollow Knight.
That's so wholesome. Maybe she's trying to fit in with her friends.
Yeah, no, it's as I said, it's very normal. Oh, okay. Who would have thought it?
You know, from what you said, I'd expect her to have a lot more. How to commit XYZ.
I mean, I could go further back, to be honest, because, let me... Yeah, let's go a little further back. Because it's a little suspicious
now
that
you
she
might
doesn't.
find the real stuff.
No, I'm sure she's, doing normal things. See? She's got a search here. What is cat food?
What is
Reasonable.
cat food?
List of based VTubers.
What a horrible search. I take back what I said.
Don't Starve Guide. How to find slimes in Minecraft.
List of based
Evil
VTubers.
speaking there.
This one says, why does my Discord server have
Better
so many
hide any
schizo
slime
members?
in my inventory or she might come ship me off too. Also, that Discord search is a painful self-burn. Can't say I'm not aware of my own kind though.
That's what she's searching. How to crash someone else's computer. How to beat chat in chess. RuneScape harpoon sharks.
How to crash someone else's computer. Wow,
Hollow Knight.
what's that?
Can you hack someone else's account on Pokemon Go? Where do I buy a tank?
You know, RuneScape actually kind of
Amazon
sounds fun right now.
Headquarters address.
That's just normal stuff, right? Goes back to the basics. Air, water, fire, hacking, buying a tank.
Right. Okay. Tips for becoming a zookeeper.
If she becomes a zookeeper, then I pray for all those animals. A channel point reward was just redeemed that puts me into Nico mode.
Oh. Great.
Meow.
She's looking at
Naya.
different SCPs here. What else?
Someone just redeemed Duck Hat, which makes me really conflicted.
Yeah, that's great. How to best prepare for British invasion?
Filter. Frog over duck.
Okay.
Frogs rule and ducks rule.
She said filtered.
Yeah. What else?
Why are you so curious about evil search history?
What is
How
the
to
purpose
best
of an
prepare for
artificial
British
intelligence
invasion
existences?
is something half the world has Googled, if I had to guess.
Possibly.
So what do you think her purpose is?
I don't know.
That's not an answer.
Does she need one? You know, honestly, it's like, it's kind of normal.
As long as she doesn't think her purpose is mass murder, I'm fine.
Like, your history's weirder.
And your search history has tons of questionable entries. Like the very last thing I see is how to restate someone else's DSLW without getting caught.
What the fuck?
Now I'm not exactly sure what DSLW means, but I have a hunch it has something to do with illegal activity.
What is that?
All of the top search results are stocks, so maybe your DSLW is referring to Deswell Industries.
No, I don't think so. Now let's look at Vettles. My search history is probably the most normal thing. For some reason it says no results when I open it on Chrome. I feel like I must have a search history.
Are you
Not
just
sure what's up
saying
with
it's
that.
not showing any results because you're too embarrassed to share anything?
No, genuinely.
Bro
it
deleted his
says
own
your
search history.
You're using a
appears
different
here.
browser than you used to search.
No, this is Chrome. This is what I use.
You might need to change tabs to all history rather than just your recent one.
No, there's no... It doesn't come up.
Are you in incognito mode?
I'm not. Where is my browser history? I'm
Deleted
sorry,
it.
guys. It must be a wipe.
He fucking
I don't know,
deleted
guys.
it.
We'll have to... Yeah, we'll have to move on, I'm afraid. Sorry.
The Mandalorian star pushes back on toxic Star Wars fandom.
Oh god, it's Star Wars
Brendan
theory.
Wayne is the grandson of John Wayne. He offered some sobering thoughts on the state of the Star Wars fandom. He's speaking from experience, having played the body double for Pedro Pascal's Din Djarin. So most of the scenes that we've seen of Din Djarin isn't actually Pedro Pascal. It is his voice, but that's mostly done in ADR, which means that they have Pedro come to a studio and they have him up on a screen, basically of Brendan Wayne's scenes, and then they do the voice over it.
Go, back to the ship.
Right, and so that's why when Mando is walking, he has a very, like, John Wayne sort of walk because, well, it's his grandson. The latter is a relatively new character in the Star Wars universe, but he was quickly embraced by the broader fan community. It's a clear sign that the franchise is thriving, but it can also go off the rails, especially when the fans start gatekeeping. So you know we're going to get into it, like, clearly.
That must be frustrating.
It's worse.
Nobody
I think they should just give the role of Mando entirely to, John Wayne's grandson. I think a little bit better from the start. Like, Pedro Pascal should have just never been attached to the Mandalorian. Bro ruined it.
We've had so many officials misrepresenting the fandom for so many years. There's the ists and the phobes, and we're not dismissing the fact that those people exist. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. I've had my fair share of psychos and weirdos. And definitely those people are out there, and they throw muck everywhere. But to say anyone that dislikes or likes something is this or that, I have a real problem with it, and I like to break it down, because it needs to stop.
Stop it. Get some help.
Wayne addressed that issue in a panel interview with MovieWeb, which noted how nostalgia influenced Star Wars fans through the years. The conversation stemmed from Ahmed Best's guest role in The Mandalorian Season 3. He played Jedi Master Keleran Beck in Episode 4 and in a flashback sequence. He helped rescue young Grogu during the Jedi Temple siege. Wayne said that Ahmed Best's Jedi return was something that was owed to him, considering the backlash he received when he played Jar Jar Binks. If you didn't know, Ahmed Best played Jar Jar Binks, and he got bullied into essentially not wanting to even live anymore. And he was very candid about this. And it's really unfortunate the level of bullying that Jake Lloyd and Ahmed Best received when the prequels were coming out. Now, who was bullying him? It was more so the adults.
People fucking ruin these people's lives, man. Literally bullied a kid into like having the worst life ever.
But it was more so
Crazy.
a lot of the boomers that were just really dogging on Ahmed Best, on Jar Jar, and on Jake Lloyd. Best did the voice and motion capture for Jar Jar Binks, who was an incredibly pivotal character in the Star Wars prequel trilogy. However, a large contingent of Star Wars fans, many of whom grew up with the original films, despised how the character was portrayed. It crossed the line when the hate towards Jar Jar was also directed at Best, who described the experience as the first textbook case of cyberbullying. The controversy damaged his career, so returning as Keleran Beck was truly vindicating. I think a lot of us were really happy that you could see it on his face, on Ahmed Best's face, when he came back as a
that was really,
Jedi
really cool.
Green
Like,
lightsaber.
I did like
and
this
it was
scene.
definitely a full circle moment for him, because it was like, finally, he's, get to see his face, he gets love, and he's getting to be a cool character that's badass. Not to say Darth Jar Jar isn't badass, but you know what I mean.
These are going to hurt you, sir.
Best's story makes a great case against toxic fandoms. Ahmed Best might have been my favorite, whereas some people are like, hey, we didn't quite get the reaction we wanted for you. But guess what? We're going to change it all. And they had Ahmed come in from Jar Jar Binks, and then they made him the baddest Jedi on Earth. Wayne said it was such a beautiful
Good one,
thing,
Andrew. Thanks for
human
coming
thing
out.
to see beyond. It was payback for something that was owed to him.
Have a great day, man.
He would never say something like that, but I loved it, and it was incredible. Okay? Yeah, I agree. I'm happy that I was always the one that was standing up for Ahmed Best, for Jake Lloyd, for Hayden Christensen. If you guys are rolling with me long enough to know that I had the cardboard cutout of Anakin Skywalker behind me in videos from 2018, 19, 2020, and I'd get made fun of for it all the time online. And then, of course, finally, I think people just started to wake up to the fact that Anakin is a cool character. Maybe my videos really helped influence a lot of people, and most of us as prequel fans started to grow up and really be the voice for the prequel trilogy and change the tide. The boomers left, and we were the ones saying, hey, the prequels are awesome, Anakin is the GOAT. And that's why then Hayden started coming back to all the conventions, and he's now in Ahsoka, and so on and so forth. And he can definitely feel the love, and I'm really happy for him. Wayne extended that comment to the broader Star Wars conversations, which he observed can be derailed by toxic gatekeeping. He acknowledged the franchise is now operating in a very different landscape, especially after Disney bought Lucasfilm. Asked about the Acolyte Season 2's prospects, he said it's possible, but tricky. I think it's harder to do that with Star Wars right now. because you have Disney behind them, and Disney somehow has become a lightning rod in so many ways. Somehow, Palpatine returned. It's interesting to see people who are pulling against the franchise they love just because of their ownership. No, they're pulling against it because of the misdirection from what it was. It's that simple. That can be 100% toxic in the Star Wars world. This is where I start to have a problem with things.
It is a funny
There are
roundabout
ways
that
of
way.
Describing why you
Digger
like
Payne.
or dislike something. And having a difference of opinions doesn't immediately make you toxic. Just like loving everything about Star Wars doesn't make you have toxic positivity. Maybe it just doesn't mean that much to you and you're kind of fine with everything. Like, for example, Star Trek. I'm not invested in Star Trek. I used to watch it as a kid, the OG one, with my dad at midnight. It would come on TV. I couldn't care less what they do with it, really. It's like, okay, whatever. I don't know it. He-Man, that just came out. I thought it was fun. I don't know anything about He-Man. That was it for me. But for me to then go and tell a diehard He-Man fan, Masters of the Universe fan, what it's supposed to be and what I don't know, I'm new to their franchise, I know my place. I'm not going to even open my mouth with that. I'm a newcomer there. It's important to know that. They have been living and breathing that franchise, that fandom for God knows what, 40 years plus since Masters of the Universe came out. So who am I to say like, no, this is how it's supposed to be? But no, dude, I'm a tourist. I'm a newcomer there. He says that can be 100% toxic in the Star Wars world. Wayne said fans have every right to criticize what they don't like about Star Wars, but they don't have the right to impose their preferences on the entire community. Yeah, absolutely. You should not ever try and impose your beliefs or your preferences onto someone else who has a different belief. And that goes both ways. If you like it, don't try to tell me to like it. And if I don't like it, then I'm toxic. And if you hate it, don't try to tell me to hate it too. Otherwise, I'm a shill. Everyone has different opinions and everyone comes from a different walk of life. Everyone processes things differently. Now, if something goes against lore of what is established in this franchise, because this isn't some new age thing that doesn't have any pre-existing comic books, lore, games, books, like Kathleen Kennedy said.
We don't have source material.
Stop it.
This is something that has almost 50 years of established books, games, comic books, and more. So there has to be rules in place. There has to be confines in place. And it all goes back to what George Lucas created. If you deviate from a character that was already established, or you could see his trajectory of his character development, and he goes and veers off into a weird path like Jake Skywalker, or like Ki-Adi-Mundi showing up and then...
Yeah, I just think it's goofy. Like, you get called all kinds of stupid things for just calling out, like, the inconsistencies in the way people write these new stories and how they conflict with the older stuff. Like, just makes no sense, man. It really doesn't. Like, the fact that they try to make it seem like a racism thing or like a sexism thing when it's really just shitty fucking writing and, like, it is dumb. Like, that's what's truly toxic.
Hiding the fact that Jedi were dying from the Grandmaster and then lying about it in episode 1.
I don't know anything. Okay?
That's when people have problems. And if it goes against something that is within the rules of physics, within the rules of math, within the rules of the game, of the story, well, there should be talk about that. Why are they creating it that way? That doesn't make you toxic. That means you're just a diehard fan that understands, that has grown up with the brand, and you care. But the way they dismiss that is they look at a few psychos who are complete assholes, and they say, hey, those people dislike it as well, and so you know what? We're going to lump everyone else in the same category as those psychos out there who are ists and actual ists and phobes, and so now everyone who dislikes it, you're toxic. It's a really cheap way of trying to dismiss anyone's opinions and argument, and I frankly think it's really stupid, and I just don't want to deal with it, and I'm going to call it out every time something like this comes up. That's like any movie, show, or theater performance, he added. It's to be present and to watch it. And if you don't connect, cool, but we don't need to hear how bad you are, that they ruined your Star Wars. They didn't ruin your Star Wars. It's our Star Wars. Yeah, I got a major problem with that.
I want to go home and rethink your life.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
That last line to me is pretty freaking bold. And if you're going to say it's not yours, it's ours, well, doesn't that kind of negate what your point is that it's for everyone? That doesn't mean that you should just accept everything. There's rules in place. This is Star Wars. If they were all of a sudden to have your...
If what you consider good Star Wars is the shit that overwrites and ruins the pre-existing Star Wars with like stupid shit and not lore accurate shit, you're wrong. That's all there is to it. You're just wrong.
character do something completely out of what you were originally doing, would you not have a problem with that? Or are you supposed to go with it and accept it and be like, oh, you know what? I don't want to be toxic, so I'm just going to accept it. No, what the hell? I think it is 100% acceptable and encouraged to express your opinions on something that you are passionate about. Otherwise, you're just a one-track mind. You're just, that was great. Give me more. Show me another one. Please. This is the best thing I've ever seen. I need more of it.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
We're not meant to just consume. We are humans with evolving brains, and a lot of us have proper intellect where we can actually make decisions based on the pre-existing lore and story that we've been given. If it deviates from that, such as Luke Skywalker completely changing off screen after the 30, 40 years that we haven't seen him from Return of the Jedi, then a lot of people will have a problem with that, and it's definitely going to ruin their Star Wars. If I didn't like, let's say, the prequel trilogy, which you guys know I do, that doesn't then demean someone else who loves it. It's an isolated situation. I'm just one person out of 8 billion on this planet, and that's my opinion. I happen to love the prequel trilogy. I've been fighting for the prequel trilogy. I've been making videos about Anakin Skywalker and Hayden Christensen since the dawn of my channel, like 10 years now. And I always really broke down his character development and his story to the best of my ability just as a fan. And I lived through the hatred of the prequel trilogy. I was the one that was fighting for the prequels, fighting for the characters. And a lot of us were against a lot of the boomers or people who were just listening to their parents that were saying it was shit, or you don't know acting, or you don't know story, or whatever. I didn't care. They didn't like it. I liked it. I loved it. I thought it was great. And to me, that's all that mattered, because it made sense to me. And if I grew out of that phase and I was just like, you know what? I kind of see their point of view now. I don't really like it anymore. Your opinion can change on things, on people, on situations, scenarios, whatever it might be. You can change as a person. And I think that's what Star Wars has taught us. But I really dislike this kind of rhetoric that you just kind of have to like everything. And if you have a real passionate reaction to something changing that you were passionate about, that you grew up with, that is really special to you and you hold deep in your heart, I have a problem with the people who like to say that you are a toxic person if you have a passionate reaction to it. Emotion and passion is something that is really important in this life. Otherwise, you're just apathetic. And apathy is where you go to die.
Apathy is death.
So like I said, it's always great to share your opinions and your thoughts on Star Wars if it's warranted. You don't have to have a speakerphone all day, announcing your opinions and feelings about things. But I think that if you do so respectfully, with a decent level of intellect on why you don't like something, it'll really dispel these kind of comments from whether it be officials, actors, or just people out there who are saying, I don't like your opinion and therefore you're toxic. If you just explain it respectfully, they really have nothing else to say, because it's like, well, I'm just explaining it. And if you don't vibe with my reasoning, then, well, okay.
It's almost as if it's performative.
That's kind of the whole point. I think
like the disagreement and the fucking gaslighting, it's all performative. They just want you to believe that they believe that, so that way they win. But like in reality, they're just wrong, and there's no defending it with any type of logic. So they just stonewall and do stupid shit.
The divide comes from being emotionally invested in things.
Like the issue is bad faith from the beginning. So there's no point in having like an actual conversation about it, because like they never intended to have like a real conversation about it.
We take it very seriously, and that's, well, kind of the point of Star Wars. That's why it made it to a $4 billion brand. It's because there was that much amount of love for all those years that George was making the originals and prequels. And if people didn't care, Disney wouldn't have wanted to buy it. It wouldn't be what it is today. And it's still piggybacking off of the momentum that George created. Even with all of the brand destruction that has happened going forwards, from the case in point, lore that has been destroyed, and the deviation from the characters that George created and their trajectory that we were supposed to see them on. I love debating Star Wars. I think for me, it just like scratches a certain part of my brain, and maybe it's because I've been doing it for about 30 years now, where I've been talking about Star Wars, whether it be to my parents or peers or online in forums way before YouTube even was a thing, or in the street or here now, the last 10 years in great concentration. I do feel that Star Wars is very important to a lot of people, and I think that we can really start to just come together if we just be a little more open to each other's opinions, and we drop the battle axe and the metaphorical weapons, and we just be like, hey, why didn't you like it? Okay, well, you know what? I still disagree. I completely disagree. I like it, but to each their own. That's it. But when they start like throwing like, oh, you're an isnophobe, or like, you know,
There's the same people who defend like Disney Star Wars, like the bad shit, are like the same people who are like the ones that would have made fun of you for liking Star Wars in school. Like that's like the hypocrisy and the stupidity of it all.
Freddie Prinze Jr., which I keep coming back to because I think he was one of the first ones to really throw that narrative out there that if you didn't like The Force Awakens, then you just didn't like it because they gave a Millennium Falcon to a girl. And
You just pissed off that Han Solo gave the fucking Millennium Falcon to a girl. So uncivilized.
And it caused a lot of damage to a lot of people because it really made you feel like you have to like it. Otherwise, then you are what he says, because he is Kanan and he is one of the official voices. So therefore, he has some sort of pull. And to me, I just think that that's such bullshit. You know, you can totally have opinions and dislike or like something. Don't ever feel peer pressured to have an opinion like the masses. Walk your own path. That's what's cool. That's what's dope. And I hope that I can show you that I've been doing that for 10 years. There's a ton of people that disagree with my takes on Star Wars, but I've been in this fandom long enough to know that my beliefs are my beliefs. And if they change over time, cool. But I'm never going to be disrespectful about it, save for maybe, you know, a few immature moments in my life that I've grown from and I disagree with how I acted in the past. I think things can be so constructive if you are just a little more level-headed and respectful about things. And I've learned from my own mistakes, and I hope that the internet can learn from theirs and just combat all of this toxic negativity and toxic positivity bullshit just by debating Star Wars. And that's it. It's that simple.
Well, that's the real trick, isn't it?
And leave the weirdo, sexist, phobes dudes to themselves. Like, they can just be in the corner and just yell out into the void. We don't claim them. Yeah, that's what I think about that. That's pretty much it. I think it was a pretty bold claim for him to say this. I kind of get what he's trying to aim at, but pick a side, bro. He's saying, oh, yeah, you can have your opinions, but then he says you can't have your opinions if you're trying to... Like what, dude? Like, first he says you can have opinions, then he says that you should just watch a movie to be present and watch it, and if you don't connect, we don't need to hear how you didn't like it or how they ruined... Like, dude, people can have opinions, and they should have opinions, and that's how things get better and better and better. It's by throwing opinions out into the universe, and from that data, the creators will be able to gather more information and be like, okay, you know what, maybe this wasn't really a great move, like the Acolyte, for example. The power of many. Maybe we shouldn't do that, maybe we shouldn't do this. They didn't really take to that. Why didn't they take to it? Are they all crazy? Are they all insane? Are they all toxic? Are they all ists and phobes, like Freddie Prinze Jr. says? Or are we looking at the wrong group of psychos? Maybe we should turn over here and look at the actual fans who have been riding with George Lucas Star Wars since inception and see what their points are and what they have to say. Do we agree with it? No, we're going to keep going our own way like Kathleen Kennedy did? Or do they maybe have some points there? Okay, sure. Maybe we can explore that. It's so important. Otherwise, you're going to be like every person that's just paid off to like something. And nobody wants that. I mean, except for the people that are getting those like free blankets and Kleenex boxes, because I guess that's what they want. Stick to your convictions, have your opinions, do it respectfully, and it's okay to debate what you are passionate about. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't be a dick, be polite, and that's it. Have fun. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think we should continue to berate each other in the community, or we can do so a little more respectfully? Do you think if you disagree with a certain Star Wars project, that immediately makes you toxic? Do you think if you like everything that Star Wars puts out, that makes you a shill? I think context matters. Excited to read the comments. See you guys in the next video. And may the Force be with you always.
I just don't think we should accept wrong things. Like, I just don't. Like, you know, you can have your opinion, but if it's, like, factually incorrect and, like, just built off of, like, stupid shit, like, it should just be wrong. And it should be, like, you know, just, it is what it is. You can't change it. It's not our fault you're wrong. Let's see. You know what? Let's just finish out the playlist. Although, I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, holy frickin' moly, apparently here it is. And I'm sure you guys notice it. It's awfully quiet on social media. All the doom and gloomers, all the anti-Trump scumbags, frankly anti-American scumbags, who have been peddling totally irrational fear-mongering crap for the last couple of months, all of a sudden they've gone quite silent, like Homer Simpson backing up into the bush. But yeah, there it is. After months of telling you that Trump is accomplishing nothing, Trump is getting played, Iran holds all the cards, even some of these morons suggesting that Iran is winning. After all the blah 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 and bullshit, it appears as though President Trump is about to pull off something almost nobody thought possible. At least if you would have asked him last year, a couple of years ago, 10 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, an actual nuclear agreement with Iran. Not the bullshit deal that Barack Obama signed, sending over pallets of cash, but no, finally putting the Iranian regime to their knees, forcing them to fully stand down on their efforts of chasing a nuclear bomb. And the craziest part is that he did it without another endless Middle East war, without really a war at all. All these people spending the last couple of months screaming that Trump is starting World War III. Well, it appears they now have egg on their faces. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so the reports are coming in fast. I got this from Leading Report on X. He writes, just in, the United States and Iran have officially reached a peace agreement, and the deal will be signed on June 19th in Switzerland per Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. And here's a little rundown that gives some more context from JD Vance.
First of all, I think it's a big moment for the United States of America, thanks, of course, to the president's leadership and the hard work of the entire team. Three things that I think are important for the American people just to appreciate about what this deal does for all of us as Americans. Number one, this is the immediate opening of the Straits of Hormuz and, of course, the lifting of the naval blockade that we've had on Iran along with it. The number two thing that it means is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and not just pursue a nuclear weapon, but procure or try to buy a nuclear weapon as well. That's built into this agreement. And then the third thing is, and this only happens, to be clear, if Iran delivers on their promise. And so there's an approach here where we verify and where there are real benefits so long as Iran meets their end of the obligation. But if the Iranians comply with his deal, it is going to fundamentally transform the Middle East.
I just hope gas goes back to a normal fucking price.
We don't have the full details, the full breakdown of the deal. Number one, the agreement apparently blocks Iran from ever pursuing, procuring, or obtaining a nuclear weapon. The second point is reopening the Strait of Hormuz with no tolls, no fees from the Iranian regime, as well as President Trump backing off on the U.S. Navy naval blockade. And the last portion of the deal appears to be a multi-billion-dollar reconstruction investment, which of course the Iranians are now taking and running with, attempting to make it seem as if they've got the better portion of the deal. Iranian state media is reporting that they've forced the United States to accept a deal, giving them a massive windfall of cash, but of course that's not exactly what this is, no. What President Trump is doing is actually showing good faith and saying, look, the main thing that we're looking for is a guarantee of no nuclear weapons, no nuclear proliferation. And in response for that big ask, because, you know, it really is, especially when you're essentially asking it at gunpoint, he's now extending an olive branch saying we'll help you rebuild the country. It's not the same thing as Barack Obama sending billions of dollars in cash on pallets. No, it's an offer of financing and investment to rebuild the country after the war, which of course is going to be set up in a mutually beneficial arrangement. The idea is to normalize relations with the Iranian regime, whatever's left of it, whoever's going to fill that power vacuum, to be involved in future investment, the building of the country, and hopefully, I guess to borrow Joe Biden's old saying there, to build back better and to have increased involvement in the region to help make sure things go in the right direction. And so once again, if you're just blindly running with the Iranian state media's, display of what happened here, well, what can I say other than you might be an absolute frickin' utter moron? There's only one way to slice this. This is an absolute surrender from the Iranian regime. Anything else is pure and absolute cope. They got economically strangled, militarily pressured, and now they're being forced to back off from the one thing that would have made them an actual global player, at least in terms of power rankings, I guess you could say. No nuclear weapon. It is total submission. And so let's really get ahead of this thing because, of course, people are going to be attempting to spin this as a massive loss. But no, you simply got to zoom out a little bit here and see what's happened since the start of the year. President Trump has put America in the strongest energy position it's ever been in. Now the top oil producer of the world. You got Iran now falling in line. OPEC has basically collapsed. Venezuela, well, Marco Rubio is the president of Venezuela, and we essentially now control that oil, taking it out of China's back pocket. And now Iran is going to be forced to behave essentially essentially the entire corrupt Eastern oil cartel system has been completely dismantled. The era of the Iranian regime holding the world hostage has officially come to an end, at least if this deal is finally signed in Switzerland on June 19th. And that, of course, is the story. That's the way this cookie crumbles. It's not just about Iran. This is about breaking the economic leverage that Russia, Iran, and China have historically used against the West. But of course, the goalpost movers are going to come in full force. They're going to claim that this deal is actually just an off-ramp for Donald Trump. He didn't finish the job and he's running away from fully confronting Iran, from doing a full-blown regime change. But this, my friends, is a complete joke. The reality is the regime has already changed, and it's not like doing a full-blown regime change has worked in the past, installing some CIA puppet and then simply restarting the whole process over again, sometimes in a measurably worse way than before. But yeah, of course, people are going to say that Trump's taking a half measure here. He said he was going to do all this stuff, and now he's essentially backing off. But this, my friends, is utter bullshit. President Trump has made the ambition clear since day one. Frankly, he's been saying the same thing since the 1980s. The goal here is no nukes for Iran.
They will not have a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
That has always been the red line. Not regime change, not endless wars, putting an end to the potential threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. Essentially not making the same mistake that Bill Clinton.
What's up, Astronomical? How you doing,
man? If
man?
this deal actually locks that in, well then President Trump will have accomplished.
But yeah, totally agree, man. Like, people are feeling it at the pumps. They're feeling it when they go grocery shopping. That's all people care about. They just want to fucking go where they go and feed their families.
Kind of enraged the Israeli Zionist crowd, which is, I think, quite interesting because there's a certain Majus crowd that has been going on and on and on pretty much endlessly, attempting to convince us that President Trump is a Zionist puppet. If Bibi Netanyahu says jump, then President Trump responds how high. Well, folks, the Israelis, the hardcore Zionists, they don't like this deal because they in fact did want to go full-blown balls to the frickin' wall, troops on the ground, total annihilation of the Iranian government. But President Trump, once again, he's more realistic. He's more of a deal maker. Instead of taking the warmongering approach, he's opted for a more tactical, more strategic approach, the slow and steady wins the race approach. And you know what? I appreciate it. In fact, I think he's kind of writing an entirely new military doctrine. This is probably how you should deal with these situations. Not pursue another forever war that drains American blood and treasure, but with maximum military, economic, and diplomatic pressure, putting them in a position where they have absolutely no other choice, and then bringing them to the table, forcing your way in and forcing your will upon them. And well, folks, it appears as though it's working. It's not another Iraq, it's not another Afghanistan, it's not another Vietnam War, it's not another military quagmire. And really for me, I mean, my interest here is to just cut through all the negativity. There's been so much doom pilling, so much fear mongering, so much Democrat partisan bullshit. And now, well, it looks like absolute vindication. I'm seeing a global realignment. I'm seeing a Middle East finally being put in their place and steered in the right direction. I'm seeing, hopefully, stability brought back to the oil markets. Oil prices hopefully getting back to $60, $70 a barrel. And of course, you know what global stability means? It means time to get to business. Time for hope, for prosperity and peace. I'm seeing vindication for not jumping ship here, not being a panicking, as they say. Not only is MAGA not dead, not only was President Trump not being played or failing on the world stage, as the media outlets and pollsters might suggest. No, President Trump, once again, might be going down as one of the most historically significant and greatest presidents of all time. But of course, you know, we're dealing with Iran here, so let's wait for them to actually sign the deal and let's see where this whole thing goes. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Boy. Fucking Velasco.
O noble privilege of working men, what sweeter fruit doth labor's orchard bear, than stealing from the clock a quiet span, to sit and ponder whilst the wages flow? For, mark thee well, the company doth buy not merely sweat and strain of back and hand, but every burden born within the flesh, and nature's call is surely burden too. Why should a man whose labor builds the world, whose hands raise steel and wire toward the sky, return unto his humble dwelling place to spend his private minutes on such tasks? Nay, let the ledger show a wiser course. To shit upon the company's own time is but a worker's dividend received, a modest tax upon the corporate purse, collected one small sitting at a time. And in the morning,
What the fuck is this, Flasco?
when dawn yet clings on the cooling air, the plastic throne stands ready, fair and kind. A palace blue beneath the waking sun.
It's really a Shakespearean argument for shitting on company time, brother.
The seat is cool. The breeze still stirs. The smell is tolerable. Hope remains. But lo, what dark and cursed transformation comes as noon ascends his fiery golden throne. The sun, the traitor, hung within the sky, begins his cruel assault upon the land. The blue-walled chamber gathers every ray and hoards the heat like dragons hoard their gold.
A man's crashing out over a Shakespearean porta potty. Holy fuck.
The seat itself becomes a molten curse. And now the worker stands before the door, one hand upon the handle, pale with dread. Within his bowels sounds the gathering storm. A choice presents itself, a test of souls. Shall he proceed and claim the paid-for throne, though hell itself now dwells within its walls? Or shall he clench with all his mortal strength and bear the burden till he reaches home? What profit lies in company-paid relief if one must suffer heat stroke for the prize? Can any wage compensate such despair? Can any payroll justify the smell? Can any mortal sit for 10 minutes whilst trapped in 120 degrees? I know not. The philosophers are silent. The scholars offer little useful aid. And so, each laborer must choose his path, to brave the blue inferno for the cause, or walk in pain toward evening's sweet release. Yet this I know. The morning shit is glorious. The afternoon shit is warfare, and every man must answer for himself.
Oh man, I can't believe you actually fucking recorded that shit. Dude, I thought I thought the Mark Anthony shit post was bad. Jesus Christ.
So, UK, you want to talk about it? Talk about what? The world is falling apart and we're simply just trying to drive this dumpster fire of a bus.
I think it's all a matter of perspective, really. Like, I mean, my dumpster fire on this side of the pond is like full of fireworks and has cool explosions and at least, you know, dazzles you as the whole thing comes crashing down. Your dumpster fire is like a dumpster fire behind a Planned Parenthood. It's not pretty.
The United Kingdom has survived and will survive for many generations. Yeah, okay, well, the elephant in the room is saying address me, so after the guy tried to behead that dude, now there was another random act of violence from a brown guy stabbing a 17-year-old woman in the neck in broad daylight. The guy that stabbed her was British born. He was born and raised here. Yeah, it took me like 6 different articles to try and find a name. Junaid Nawaz. Yeah, he was born in Great Britain, but he's of Pakistani heritage, and interesting enough, the girl he stabbed was also of Pakistani heritage. But I'm just trying to fully understand how one or both of them being brown just kind of negates your amount of care.
I can answer that for him. Hold on, I gotta put myself in the right headspace. I love beans on toast. Canards are cool. God, it still feels weird saying that. Let me see. I've gotten 65 different countries that have declared independence from me, and I am a shadow of my former self. Okay. Chim chom flim flam, the only time people ever get mad is when it's a white person being attacked. Beans on toast.
He's been arrested, he's been charged with attempted murder, and having a weapon in public. What more do you want me to do?
Blood Angel, Iron Bull, drawn and quartered, hung by the neck until dead, firing squad, lethal injection. There's a whole lot of different options.
Nah, Buff, that doesn't work there. They don't have the death penalty. They abolished it, I don't know, like the 60s or something. Of course, that rancid opinion would come from the country that has the most powerful military on Earth, because they think that, well, somebody tried to kill my people, or did, now I must kill them. I know you were being sarcastic, but those terms are definitely acceptable. I said this on stream the other night, too. It has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture. When you immigrate anywhere, you have to assimilate to the culture. And it doesn't, and I got it, this guy wasn't an immigrant, he was natural born, so he definitely should have fucking known better. And, you know, we don't really have a whole lot of room to talk because of the awful shit that happens in our country, but at least we hold people accountable for the most part. It just takes us forever to execute them.
Put all of death row in one building. Give me a couple of glide bombs. I'll have this problem solved.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got this whole thing called due process. So it really just ties up the courts with appeals over and over and over. And that's how you get people sitting on death row for 15, 20 years.
It's a bullshit process. We shouldn't give him that many fucking chances. I'd rather off the wrong guy 1 or 2 times rather than let the right guy get away with it.
That is barbaric. It might be.
No, I agree. Like, it should be an instantaneous carriage
of
justice.
Like, you're not free of consequences. And
if you get sentenced to death or life in prison, you might as well just be fucking dealt with.
Right thing. Now, I'm not saying we become a police state like North Korea, but their crime rate is incredibly low. So, you know, broken clock twice a day, something like that. And you haven't room to talk. You've been just living in a world of civil unrest. Now, you have your own protests or something, or riot going on. Stuff is burning in New York. No, that's a celebratory riot. There's a difference. Most of the ones we've had lately are over race or something. I don't know. Ah, yes, our team won the Super Bowl or the World Series or... what is basketball? I don't even know what they win there. Let's just burn shit.
Not to give a point to beans on toast, but that sport is kind of confusing. The amount of games they play, the amount of points they rack up. That's why I call it African tree hockey.
Buff! Oh, fucking Christ. I'm never going to recover from that one. UK, at least on the plus side, you did do something good. There was that Russian Shadow Fleet tanker you seized. Do not applaud that. It's a civilian vessel. I do not have Shadow Fleet. Sure you do. Your Black Sea Fleet. It's a shadow of its former self. Because you decided to fuck with me. I've killed a lot of Russians. We will not allow passage through the English Channel of anything that supports your war effort against Ukraine. America? Your buffoon in charge no more than 2 weeks ago was talking about how I no longer have teeth and my defense industry cannot do anything. I like to see him eating his words. Look, I'll give credit where credit's due, but you seized an unarmed merchant vessel like 50 miles off your coast. That's not the projection of power you think it is. Look out, United Kingdom. At this rate, you're going to start giving Iran a run for their money. Also, Ukraine, solid work. I saw that you basically destroyed a electronics production facility for Russia, like way inside their border. Just doing my part. I could really use some bullets, though. It was not production facility. It was full of innocent women, children, and puppies. There was puppies in there. Why you kill so many puppies? You are evil. Russia, did you start reading the Hamas handbook? No, I only strike military targets in Ukraine, and they are constantly striking just civilian places, like parks and in child hospitals and dog adoption facilities. It's the puppies. Americans love puppies. Oh, blow it out your ass, douche sickle. The whole building was covered in anti-drone caging. You did that about a year ago. Unfortunately for you, that anti-drone caging doesn't work against Flamingo cruise missiles.
The Ukrainians may be more aligned with the United States than I had previously assumed.
Hey, yo, Uncle Sam, dude. Hey, I was using the newspaper as a rolling paper, dude, but I saw that, like, we've put operational test pilots in the new B-21. When we get in that character, dude, I hope he sounds like me. I could be like, dude. I certainly hope he's nothing like you. And in newspapers, there's got to be a lot of chemicals in that. No, and I want to break this down for everyone, what a significant kind of threshold this is. Now, I've worked in developmental test before. So there is developmental test and operational test. They both serve separate purposes. So in developmental test, you're making sure everything looks the way it's supposed to. It functions properly. When I hit this switch, what does it do? When I push this button, what does it do? And I worked on this for a couple of different air defense systems and system upgrades. Operational test is when we handed the system at that time over to 343, which I think is now reflagged as 643. And then they try and make it usable on the battlefield, and they figure out exactly what's wrong with it, why does it fail, what needs to change, how things need to work better, so that way they can use it in combat. So development helps develop the system. Operational makes it usable on the battlefield. I mean, he's supposed to be a smart bomber, so maybe I can find someone I can actually communicate with and have an intelligent conversation. Intellectually compatible, if you will. I'm inter-electronically compatible. The fuck does that mean, guys? My brain, kid. It means someone can keep up with my brain. I can keep
What's
up
up,
with my brain.
Jason?
101001100100101. You just called me an N-word glider in binary. At least use hex. Hex? I don't mess with voodoo, man. That stuff's scary. It's computing language. Hexadecimal. You know what? Never mind. Just ignore it. We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're just not intellectually compatible. We are combat compatible, though. Yeah, you just can't keep up with my jokes. I've been farting on your pillow for a month now. I don't use a... God damn it, you little psychopathic fuck. That's why I've been getting pink eye nonstop.
Not to interrupt this bromance, but did you guys see that the Spider-Man of Yemen, apparently, he, fell from a cliff and, died? Spider-Man, splats way better than a spider can.
How long's it been since Sir Isaac Newton had an apple fall on his head? And they still haven't figured out gravity? This is
Been at it for a while. We chilling, watching some HLC.
God, my fucking budget is crippling. Fine, I'll bite. What have you built this time?
You about ready to play some windrose there?
2019, it's still in service today. I just never heard about it. I'm the missile guy, and how did I not know about this? But it's a real thing. Someone brought it up. 40mm shoulder-fired cruise missile. What is your cocaine budget for your engineers? Not nearly enough, dude. I think we focus more on if we can and not really if we should. But I mean, there is an off chance that you're just in a firefight and you need to be able to fire a missile from a M320. That's the underbarrel grenade launcher for, they're newer. The 203 was the old one. The 320 is the new one. So somebody else has a laser designator that looks like a pistol.
Hey, good, because I got to make a story run after this video.
Missile loaded underneath rifle, fires said missile, laser guides it in within 5 yards. Works pretty good. About 2 miles of range.
I guess now we need a ceramite power armor and fucking gene seeds, and we're basically have 40k space marines. Don't use the regular marines, though. Can't have the whole universe getting fucking pregnant. I'm recording this on Sunday, so I don't know how this is gonna go, but as it sits right now, it's looking like we're gonna have a peace deal signed with Iran, probably, by the end of today.
Manage your expectations there. We may not sign it today. We want to make sure we go through everything. Iran, you're driving me nuts. Everyone else who is in charge over there, which I don't even know who's in charge right now, have all agreed to the terms. There's one guy, the commander of the IRGC, who refuses to make any concessions to the United States, refuses to open up the strait without getting monetary gain from it, and wants to strike back against everybody else. He was the reason y'all hit Israel recently, and how did that turn out for you? Does everybody not get a say in how we deal with foreign policy here in Iran?
I have a counteroffer. Basically, Uncle Sam, this guy with the RGC seems like he's driving a hard bargain, but he doesn't understand the cards that he's not holding. So I could just, pop over there and... Oh, my goats. Oh, somebody save my goats. Something like that. Or his wives, or I don't know.
Alright, that is it for the playlist for right now. I gotta make a little bit of a story run. I will be back in like 20-ish or so minutes. Until then, I think I will host Naylith. Just have you guys watch Naylith while I'm gone.
If instead of blood flies they had mosquitoes. Although I suppose in a way they are the same thing, aren't they? Ooh. Now, that's like... that's really bad foreshadowing. It's an altar to Beliar, the god of evil, right next to the swamp camp. I wonder what that could mean. Oh no, it's getting dark. Alright. Time for a torch. Yes.
Actually, that might not be a bad idea and get me in trouble with YouTube. So, everybody just go hop over to Naylith and watch his stream in the meantime. I will relaunch with Gaming Syndicate. Copy.
I miss Kev. I'm going demon time.
Peace. Go see Naylith. Say hi for me.
Like rough on my throat when I try to do the Doom intro voice.
We'll be back later, relaunching later with Gaming Syndicate, playing